All right, welcome back, everyone. Let me call this special meeting to order. As you know, this is a continuation of the New Canaan Inland Wetlands Commission meeting of February 27th. This continued meeting is being held on March 1st, 2023. Will the secretary take the roll, please?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Stepanek,
Here.
Ms. Jameson, present. Mr. Perkins.
Here.
Mr. Sillo,
Present.
Ms. Sanford,
Present.
Ms. Woike. Here. Ms. Bernali is absent,
Absent.
and Ms. Owsley. Present. Thank you.
Ms. Owsley, would you take the, would you substitute for Beth Bernelli, who's not here?
Yes.
All right, thank you. As you know, on Monday, the 27th, we planned to hear at that time presentations from, number one, the two peer reviewers, Michael Klein and Joe Canis. Second, the interveners featuring Attorney Shapiro. Third, any public comments. And finally, the applicant's rebuttal to what was said before them. Unfortunately, we were not able to complete the applicant's rebuttal portion of the meeting on the 27th. So today I would like for Attorney Smith and his group to continue the rebuttal a portion of the meeting. Before we proceed, are there any questions from anybody? If not, Attorney Smith, you have the floor.
Okay, good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission and Director Holland. For the record, my name is Chris Smith. I'm a land use attorney with the firm of Alter and Pearson. I appear before you this evening representing the owner applicant Hill Street 72 LLC concerning this application for approval of regulated activities associated with a proposed site development of the two subject properties. As the chair indicated, we did start with our presentation. We were trying to quickly get through it enough so that everybody could beat the snow and hopefully everybody traveled home safely. We're back this evening. We did leave off where Derek Donay, our professional licensed civil engineer, was going through the plans and the supplemental information. What I would like to say at the outset is that since we filed the application, obviously we've heard from your third-party consultants who are your experts advising you on issues associated with whether there's an adverse impact associated with the proposed development and critiquing the plans and providing advice to the commission as to any suggestions that they may have relative to the application and the proposal. We've also heard from the interveners as well. We have provided supplemental information as requested, in particular by this commission and your consultants. For example, things such as it was originally suggested that we add a swale in a particular part of the property, and then Mr. Klein indicated that he didn't think a swale was necessary, and Mr. Canis said he thought the swale worked, or even a berm, and then I think Mr. Canis in the end was like good with whatever. So the point being that we had a plan without a swale in a certain part of the property. We added it at the recommendation and suggestion of your engineer, Mr. Canis, I believe. And since then, we've taken it back out. But for example, that supplemental information that was asked, we haven't had to move detention basins or the building or any of the parking areas. So there has not been a substantial change in or material change, which is the standard in the proposal that is before you this evening. We have submitted supplemental information relative to the activities shown on the original plans. Those plans have stayed essentially the same and the activities have stayed essentially the same. You just have gotten additional information that we are in the process of going through. But for example, with the swale, if the commission were to approve the application, you would have the option, right? Because you have three alternatives. One would be not to have the swale, which is how we submitted it. We don't think it's necessary. You could add the swale, approve it with the swale. That's alternative one, I suppose. And alternative two would be a berm that Mr. Canis suggested. We have no issue with any of those three suggestions, or maybe Mr. Donay can comment on them. But I guess the point being that that was information that we were requested to provide that information. So we were responding to the commission and your consultants to do that. So I just wanted to preface it because, you know, when you deal with opposition, you know, I deal with opposition work. And a long time ago, when I actually did opposition work, that was one of the things, right? There's not enough information to make a decision, or things are changing. You know, too much information is coming in. Well, you know, we have a test, there's the law, and you know, there's whether it's an adverse impact. The commission should be asking for whatever information, additional information that you need to make a decision. But if the information is supplemental and helps to explain what's in front of you relative to the, again, regulated activities, because that's what you regulate, right? If you have a 10-lot subdivision and there's 3 regulated activities associated with 2 of the lots, that's what you're looking at. You're not looking at lots that have no regulated, you're focused on the regulated activities. You don't decide that it should be really 6 lots instead of 10. Because you think it's too much. It's like, well, no, you if it's not a regulated activity and it's not adverse, then that's not what you're looking at. So I think when we hear from Mr. Donay, we hear from Mr. Kenny and Mr. Solis, what they're going through this evening is the supplemental material that was requested essentially from the third-party consultants, but also from the interveners consultants, SE Minor. So what we'd like to do is continue to go through that and take any questions that you may have relative to that supplemental information. And when all is said and done, then what I'd like to do is just get up and do a conclusion, you know, from a legal standpoint, and to point out and address maybe more particularly some of the things that I just said as a preface to what we're going to hear. But at the outset, we do have our experts or consultants that we'd like to at this point continue to go through the presentation. And again, they're reviewing information that was requested essentially by your third-party consultants, Mr. Canis and Mr. Klein. So unless you have any further questions for me or comments on that format, hopefully, then I'll just turn it over to Derek and we'll start.
Because I'm
Do you have any comments?
Are you all set?
I was just asking Mr. Perkins if he was able to turn the sound off on his
Sound off?
It is off. No.
Okay, I'm sorry, I was hearing Chris Smith both
Oh, and over there.
Oh.
and over here, but
Okay.
it was a little distracting, but if you can't, you know, if that's what you need to hear it,
No,
I
the
don't-
sound is off.
okay.
I'll make sure that.
Okay.
If I was echoing, I apologize, but I don't think
Just a
I'm not
couple
aware of
things,
that.
things for the record, Kathleen
Yeah,
Holland. On the Zoom call this evening, we also have attorney Peter Gelderman, Maria Coplet, town engineer. Joe Canis is on, but as he mentioned on Monday, he's juggling 2 meetings at the moment, so we will get to him at some point, most likely. As I mentioned on Monday, Michael Klein was not able to be in attendance tonight, but for the record, I just going to put in his 2-page memo done hot off the press this morning. It was distributed to all parties involved in this. There were just a couple typo mistakes on this. I think just the last minute report gets a little cumbersome. The date should be March 1st, 2023. And then there's 2 small typos. So this is Davidson's environmental 2-page report. Everything's been uploaded for the commission members to read at some point. Additionally, I'd asked for the resumes and CVs for both Michael and Joe Canis, and I have entered those into the record as well. And they're uploaded online. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
All right, good evening. My name is.
Are you going to start over again?
No.
You can't.
I will say that.
That's not the answer.
I-
Would you like me to?
I will, exactly. Like you
If
to-
you want to, I mean, I can understand we were harried,
I'll give you-
hurried the whole thing, but if you think you want to and make some points that maybe you don't think we landed on or something like that, go do it. Do it, please.
Okay, all right. For the record, good evening. My name is Derek Donay from DeAndrea Engineering and Surveying PC. Let's see, we are the site engineers for this development. So as of the last meeting, I went through summarized all of the response material that we had put in that big submission package. All the different revisions were made, responses to different peer comments, the town engineers, the town consultants, the interveners engineers. So I went through the majority of that information. I can briefly go through that again. We talked about the flow paths that the interveners had discussed, and we corrected those, and everyone seemed to be okay with that. No issues from Joe Canis. We talked about the groundwater with the rock cut, and then being anything that might come out of the ground and become surface water. And there was a report prepared by Weston and Sampson, and basically it was a de minimis amount of water that would be coming from that rock cut, and that had been submitted. That additional flow was added into the drainage model, so we could make sure that that was part of the analysis. We went over that. We talked about the additional test pits that were performed and infiltration testing in accordance with Connecticut DEP standards, and Joe Canis was good with those. Let's see, we talked about from the test pit information, we then use that information conservatively as far as putting in exfiltration rate from the systems, and that's what Maria and Joe Canis they had wanted us to do in our model, so that as water goes in, some of it is seeping into the ground during a storm event. They wanted that modeled in, and that's what the infiltration tests, you use that information from there. So that was all put into the model. I then went on to discuss about the green roof area and how Mr. Klein was asking for additional, or that the commission might want additional information. And I believe he was speaking more with how is a green roof impacted by the, how the green roof impacts on the building, such as structural loading and MEP plumbing and stuff. And we had said that that information is all part of the building design when that comes in for a building permit. So that's all part of construction documents. You know, they have to make sure that the building is structurally sound enough to handle any additional load that a green roof might provide. We talked about.
Excuse me, could
yeah.
I ask a quick
Oh, yes.
question? Katie Owsley for the record, just about the green roof. I meant to ask this the other night. Are there restrictions in the green roof in terms of pesticide use that you can apply, lest those then run off into the storm management or into wetlands area? Can you apply pesticides to a green roof?
It's a good question. I guess it would be the same as if there's any restrictions, because the same runoff would be like whatever your pesticide policy would be for, and Bill Kenny might be able to speak to this, would be for like your regular landscaping that might run off.
Right, but might not that water run more directly into the storm management?
No, those actually the green roof areas all go, they don't go to surface water. It gets collected, piped down. It then goes into the storm drain system in the driveway areas and into those the stormwater infiltration systems. So that it does go into the ground as opposed to surface water over land. Let's see, sorry. Then we spoke about the western retaining wall. There was a lot of talk about the western retaining wall on the side of the parking lot, and the three infiltration systems on the that are adjacent to them, and what their impacts would be on the wall. And would they have a negative impact on the wall construction and cause failure? That was a big concern. So GZA Geo-Environmental, they did a analysis which was submitted in, and they do what they call the global stability evaluation, just to confirm how, you know, basically, I want to say it confirms how quickly like the water moves through the soil, and does the soil become saturated, and then does it become unstable, such as like a landslide condition or something like that. That's, you know, that's the concern. They're looking to verify if it does that or not. And they said, they concluded that no, that the retention systems will not have a negative impact on the retaining wall structural stability. They did say, you know, the retaining walls will have to be designed by a structural engineer still, but the retention system impacts on them, which was the concern. They don't see a negative impact with that. They had a couple recommendations in that, which we agreed with, and we said we would incorporate into the wall design with the structural engineer.
excuse me, Kathleen Holm for the record. Cross-section is great. For location purposes, could you move to the site plan and just trace the western retaining wall so the commission members can see the location of that?
Sure. Can you see his cursor?
Only make it a little bit.
Zooms in there. The left side of the development.
That's right. here. You can see the cursor up on the screen. Where's the stuff?
Yeah.
It's right along there.
Did everybody follow that?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Did you see? You here, Darren? You can look at mine.
Did
Yeah.
you see it?
Oh,
Maybe do it
okay.
again. Paul? Alright.
It basically follows the
So that's
left,
the
the
western.
left side of the development, and it goes from north to south.
There's north. There's the midpoint and here's south.
Thank you.
Let's see, after that, I then reviewed the porous pavement. There was a lot of concern with the driveway, the structural stability of the walls that were built, the structural stability of the section, the question if it was built in accordance to the approved plans. The culvert itself, was that acceptable? So I went through that history of how it was constructed, how kind of misinterpreted by the previous opposition engineer, Mr. Trinkus, who had witnessed a couple steps of it, but he was assuming that the material that was brought in, sorry, let me start from step one, step back. They over excavated the material that was there because you didn't want to put like a wall or anything like that, a structure on like a muddy soil. So that was over excavated so you could put more of a structural fill beneath it, beneath this thing. So you have a more stable base. He saw that and assumed that that was part of the porous pavement system, which it is not. That was just the base that went underneath the driveway system. You then had your different porous pavement layers, which consist of crushed stone of different sizes and bank run gravel. And what you see out there today, the top of it is a bank run gravel and then protected by some geosynthetic fabric and some more bank run gravel so people could drive over it. So GZA also did a analysis on the wall design to verify, can it handle, you know, loads from concrete trucks, like a fire truck, something, you know, the larger equipment. And they said that it was acceptable as part of their analysis that was submitted into the town. Let's see.
Say that again. They
Sorry.
said what? They,
Want the exact quote?
Yeah.
Sorry, it's in there. I'll find it.
And if you could tell the commission the date of that particular report. There's been a number of items coming in. That's an important one to review, as they all are.
Okay. I know.
Take your time, take your time.
Oh, yeah.
Don't rush.
I want to get us out before 10 o'clock again. No. Okay, so they had a report dated February 15, 2023, and it was driveway retaining wall evaluation. Get to their.
And just to be clear, this is for the existing,
Correct.
what's there today.
Boulder walls that were constructed along.
Just because the pictures in this
driveway.
report look a little, there's a couple different variations in this whole report.
Correct. What they
So I
showed,
just want to make sure it's the current crossing or whatever, what are we calling it? A
yes.
road, the road
Access way.
crossing?
It's the access driveway
Okay.
and the boulder walls that go. with
This is
that.
the current one.
Correct. What was constructed out there? Yes.
Okay, because it was changed, right? So it was the original one that was approved, then it was widened, right? And then it
The-
was,
So no, the.
just
what
because
was-
these pictures show different stages of,
I can explain that real
okay.
quick. So the wall that was approved, the location of the walls, they were put in as per the permit, you know, the location of the walls, the current permit. You know,
So not
For
the
that.
original one, the
there
amended
was
one.
Previous one, none of them got constructed. It was the current one, the most current open permit. That's what was constructed, nothing else.
So the one that was approved to be widened.
Correct. The overall boulder walls didn't change at all.
Yes.
It was the pavement width.
the exterior face to face of the walls that were approved to be constructed, that's what was constructed. that didn't change.
So you're saying that the sides of the wall are just really thick?
So they are thick walls, yes. But they're the same.
Just
as
because
what
if we look at
The overall footprint.
the bottom of page 4 I'm just
Oh, okay.
clarifying.
Yep.
So like the bottom of page 4, that picture looks extremely more narrow, but you're saying it's the same. We didn't extend the boulders out
No.
to make it
that stayed
bigger.
the same. Footprint of the.
Of the
overall
foot, the
area.
original footprint is still the original, the
Yeah.
surface area is different.
Correct.
Got it. Thank
Right.
you.
Okay. What was I? Okay, their conclusion. So they said, in summary, the conclusion recommendations, the wall is suitable to support the load from fire trucks, concrete trucks on the driveway. And then it talks about, without frost embedment, the wall relies on the flexibility of the stone construction for accommodation of heave and frost-induced strain. It talks about the wall should be monitored for movement and general maintenance needs as seasonally. And then let's see, it goes on, if frequent truck traffic is anticipated for longer than the first 5 service years, section should be reevaluated. So, they're saying right now it's strong, it's suitable for, construction trafficking. Construction shouldn't take 5 years. But that's their summary.
Totally fine. Just wanted to
Yep.
clarify, but great. Thank you very much.
Then we, one of
Can I
the other
ask you one
cons-
other question?
Yes.
Yeah, this is Dan Stepanek. Are there gonna be lights on the driveway?
There are none proposed at this time, no. I don't know if.
I mean, I'm thinking about the the turn going up and to the right, and it's just, to me, that is an accident to happen in there. And I'm listening to what you say, but you have to really convince me that you're doing everything you can for that driveway, lighting, I don't know, making that turn in there as safe as possible, that type of thing. So to me, that's a big issue, I think, here,
And Mr. For the record, Chris Smith, Mr. Chairman, indeed, that is an issue, and it really is, it's a respectfully submit, that's an issue for planning and zoning.
Yeah,
We'll be finishing
yeah.
up with them tomorrow night.
yeah.
But if we were to do anything outside of the approved footprint, for example, of the access driveway as approved and built, which is essentially what we have with this application, then we would have to come back to the commission for something like that. But you're right, if P and Z were to require something like that, then we would add that. We have heard different things from P and Z that may or may not affect wetlands. And so and since both are running simultaneously with one another, which doesn't happen all the time, we're trying to juggle between the two of them. But we've heard from the interveners, for example, quite a few issues that involve issues for planning and zoning with the application pending there. I've heard comments relative to the zoning and the intervention, and they raise a lot of wetland issues, which, it's just a lot of overlap, but we are cognizant of the distinction. I'm sure you are as well, but if P and Z sees fit to have that, then they could certainly require us to add the lighting along the access driveway in any way they see fit. But I just wanted to point out that really is
Yeah, I too.
but it's a legitimate concern. It's just maybe not for this particular commission relative to the application, but certainly for planning and zoning, I would not.
One of the questions that came up regarding the access drive was, will it's it's designed as a porous pavement system, and how will it function, after you have a year or two of trucks, trafficking coming in and out for construction? Is it going to compact the system too much where it won't function anymore? So one of the things we had added to the plans was notes about additional infiltration testing to verify that the system still works. Now, it's a system of all crushed stone beneath with bank run gravel on top, and then in the end, it's topped with porous pavement. So they'll be traveling over this bank run gravel, which also has a protective layer above that, and it'll have an anti-tracking pad above that. That towards the end of the development, when it's all built, gets stripped away. And then you would verify that the system, the top system still works. If that bank run gravel got too compact, they'd have to strip that away and put in new stuff. The stone beneath and the under drainage system should still be fine, but so we have a notes about that just to verify that it still functions properly to make sure that it does work accordingly. And then maintenance for a porous pavement section, people would question, what happens when it stops functioning or how does it stop functioning? And part of the stormwater operations and maintenance plan that was submitted, which is standard for a porous pavement system, is those get vacuumed out every once in a while. It doesn't happen on like a weekly basis or anything like that, but it could be yearly. You depend. You want to make sure that there's no standing water. These systems do work. Water does go through them, but you want to verify that. So if you start to see, say, like a ponding or something like that, you want to make sure that the porosity of the pavement is still clear. So there's vacuum trucks that can suck that stuff out so that it works again. Let's see, after that, I then went on and we spoke about the drainage models and how we did the additional storm events. We incorporated all those other things I had talked about into the models, and the town had wanted comparisons of peak flows and volumes, and we discussed this the last time. The peak flows we were able to decrease for the storm events. The volumes, we had a small increase. We had Joe Canis, and then Michael Klein also came up to testify that those increases for this type of wetland system would not have an adverse impact on the wetland system itself, as the wetland system has an outlet and the water surface elevations were maintaining the same as existing conditions. So we weren't creating a scenario where all of a sudden you're making a wetland system that now has a ton more water in it, and it's going to stay that way. And that's usually what impacts a wetland system. Instead, we're maintaining the water surface elevation under existing and proposed conditions for all these different storm events. So there's no adverse impacts to the wetlands.
Did we, sorry, Anthony, for the record, we talked about, and again, I think Maria is on Zoom, but we talked about the policy that those calculations show.
Correct.
So we're under the same assumption that the calculation for the flows are not per town policy as of right now.
The towns, yeah, I was gonna say.
Attorney Smith is calling it a policy, but yes,
Yeah.
whatever the policy is, I guess we're calling it.
Well,
Right now, it's not within the policy. And I know it's a very small amount, and I think that, listen, I've reviewed it after the last meeting. This is a very extensive system. And you did great work. I mean, it's a huge system. I just want to make sure that, just that we're clear. I just don't want to have just want to make sure that we're saying that it's not within the town policy. I know it's a policy,
Yeah.
as Attorney Smith mentioned, but I just want to make that clear.
Yeah, it is a drainage policy of the town of New Canaan. It is not a regulation. It's a policy that, and Maria can speak as well. She's on the call if we need to do that. And yes, according to Derek's testimony, there is a slight small, I don't know what the.
It's very small, as we know.
Increase.
And and we've seen plenty of system. I mean, this system is very large.
Mhm.
So for that small amount, I mean, I think you guys are trying to prove the point that it's not in our consultants said as well. I just want to make sure that we know that it's not within this policy.
So Maria just popped onto the call. Attorney Smith's welcome to answer as well.
Certainly, Chris Smith, for the record, your town, I guess it's DPW, has a policy. And what's important when a land use commission, our state's reviewing an application, and we're talking about what we're talking about right now, is whether something's a policy. I've heard things, a guideline, whether it's sewer, they want 80%, 60%, or sight lines and how they're calculated. I just had that matter where, we ended up in court, and the judge's first question to the town attorney was, do you have a regulation or ordinance that says that you don't count parking, you count cars, parking spaces as obstructions? And she said no. And he said, that's fine. And then she said, no, that's the question. If you don't have a regulation or an ordinance that requires it, let's move on to the next reason for denial. And I just respectfully submit to this commission that your town may have a policy in reviewing your town charter. it makes reference to different departments and commissions being authorized to do certain things. And one of them is with, being able to come up with best management practices and whatnot. But again, there's no ordinance, there's no charter provision that requires that. Here's your zoning, here's your wetland regulations. There's nothing in your wetland regulations that requires it. And again, what's really important relative to this application and is key, Commissioner Silva, is, and I'll come back to it in the conclusion, is there going to be an adverse impact? So and that was one of the reasons that was important to ask both Mr. Klein and Mr. Canis, who I believe is on this evening, and Mr. Canis in his report indicated that it's de minimis. And the increase, the volume, and he said there in his report, and I'm paraphrasing, but I'm 98% accurate, I think, when he said there's going to be no negative impact on downstream wetlands and watercourses, because he's reviewing this for the Wetlands Commission, and that's what his job is to look at that and opine. And Mr. Klein, who I've worked with in the past, and we deal with significant impact versus adverse. I think in the end, when I was asking him, because I wanted to clarify that for the record, for this commission and for the record, indicated that there's no adverse impact. So I honestly, and I'm just submitting this to the commission, it's not this commission's job to employ a policy that one of your departments has when you're reviewing a wetlands application. I respectfully submit it's certainly not a basis for denying the application, because the question for this commission is whether it's going to, that increase.
And that's my point.
It
I
could
think,
not even be an increase. Let's say we were meeting the volume.
Well, so the whole-
But it was still adverse.
I completely agree with you. Even though small, and this is where, so this commission will have to go review other applications. So later on in the future, right? So we'll have to sit here and say, okay, well, you said this was the rule and now we changed it. Unfortunately, Attorney Smith, I know this sounds like it's, I don't want to say it. Unfortunately, there is an increase, right? So whether it's this much of an increase or this much of an increase, it still isn't. And unfortunately, it's the language. This commission, I think, has to make sure that we make the right decision based on, so we're going to say, okay, is it is the calc under, or is it a little bit of an increase? Now it's a little bit of an increase, 1/8 of an inch, right? Or is it now a 1/2 inch or an inch, right? So we just open up the door, right? So what I'm trying to say is, I think we have to make sure that we understand, and I think the presentation is very well spoken or presented, that, there isn't a serious threat to the wetlands,
Adverse
right?
impact.
But, I'm kind of harping on this just because we have to make sure it's very clear that there really isn't. And that's why we had 2 consultants and everything else, right? Because, so I'm sorry to harp on it. I just want to make sure that we are very clear on what's going on here. And again, extremely extensive system, probably the biggest that this town will have. So I understand the complexities of it.
And it may be, I mean, I'm accustomed to working on, whatever, shopping center, whatever. I mean, a lot more involved than this. But please ask Attorney Gelderman when you're reviewing this on the 13th about this issue.
I completely understand where you're.
But
Yeah,
my
I
job
understand.
is also, as you said, it's for, you want to make sure the commission understands what we're saying with the volume and whatnot. And I just need to make sure that you understand our position that I'm presenting to you, so you can have that conversation with your legal counsel. And as it indicates, I think in your charter, where it talks about, or the town code or charter, whichever the exact phraseology is for it, it talks about having BMPs and whatnot before building permits are issued or whatever. So I think, I would interpret that consistent with what I'm saying to you. That's something for somebody else with their policy. And I guess it's the town engineer and Department of Public Works. It's not up to the Planning and Zoning Commission or ZBA or Conservation Commission or the Wetlands Commission. You're not enforcing that regulation. And if it's not met, that's not a reason for denial. The question still is there an adverse impact? Because we could meet it and still be causing an adverse impact. And then you'd say, well, you met it, that's fine. But what's our jurisdiction to protect as I keep being quoted, as guardian of the wetlands, I mean, that's your job, is to make sure that whatever's being done, you can have an impact. The question is it an adverse impact? I'll come back to that in the conclusion, but since we're talking about it, I think it's important for me to, just make sure that, I'm explaining myself.
You are. Thank you.
So I'll
I
move
think
on.
I just wanted to get that
Great.
clear. I mean,
Oh.
'cause Maria is also,
Yep, Maria
She-
actually has her hand raised, so I think it'd be the right time to have Maria give a comment.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I did want to just clarify a couple of items. The engineering department, as part of DPW, enforces the policy. The policy is actually part of the zoning regulations, so under section 6.4. So it's actually enforced by our department, but it's part of a bigger picture within the zoning regulations. And just so everyone understands, the reason since 1999 that the stormwater management measures, excuse me, and guidelines have been in place are in order to protect our resources.
I'm sorry, this is
And so what our policy does is that, in a way, I apologize, I'm sorry.
Maria, hold
losing you, Maria.
on just a minute. Your connection is lagging a little bit. Is there any improvement you can make on your end? I'm not sure, but if you could just repeat the last couple of sentences.
Sorry about that. Is this any better?
Yes, it is.
Much better. Thank you.
Okay, so the town of New Canaan is an MS4, so we are a representative for the state of Connecticut to enforce drainage and drainage requirements that were enacted as part of the EPA guidelines. And what I had stated earlier, and hopefully that came across too, that as part of section 6.4 under the zoning regulations, that the drainage policy actually falls under planning and zoning, though it is enforced by engineering and public works department. One thing to understand is the way that our policy is written is that it is the increase in impervious area that needs to be modified and addressed. So that means that the peak rate of runoff and the peak volume from runoff under the increase in impervious area needs to be mitigated. In a redevelopment area that is easily attained in an area where there has been currently no development, it is more of a challenge for the applicant. But the challenge is on the applicant because the goal of our policy is to replicate pre-existing conditions. So in a case of redevelopment, the pre-existing conditions would be based on the existing impervious area on that site. But because in this instance, it is a new development, so there is no current development in the area, the pre-existing conditions are natural land. So the challenge is on the applicant in this instance, but really to be consistent with our policy, it is the increase in peak rate of runoff and volume that need to be mitigated for the increase in impervious area.
This is George Perkins for the record. Could you repeat the just what you said and kind of interpret it for us?
So what our policy does is it encourages redevelopment of developed parcels, making it a little bit easier for a developer to come in and redevelop existing areas. And the reason being is because our policy based on EPA guidelines was from 1999. The amount of development that we have had prior to 1999 is pretty significant. So there aren't water quality measures, there aren't detention measures. So the idea is that for each new development that comes across our desks, that there's going to be some sort of incremental opportunity to increase and improve water quality and water quantity controls. So that's why we really do encourage redevelopment of existing parcels, and our policy addresses only the increase in impervious area. Some municipalities don't take that position. They actually take the position that as soon as you put as soon as you redevelop an area, it is that total impervious area, whether or not there was an equivalent amount of impervious area there to begin with or not. So in a way, our policy is actually, I believe, encouraging for redevelopment. The challenge here, because there was no impervious area before, is that the onus is on the applicant to mitigate the runoff from those new impervious areas. And that's both in the rate of runoff and the volume of runoff. And the challenge that the applicant is having right now is the volume of runoff. But we do know that there are engineering opportunities out there. I'm finding it a little bit hard to believe that there isn't a way to expand the existing infiltration systems to be able to see whether or not that there's the ability to actually have more surface area to infiltrate into the ground to be able to address these volume controls. We can't design for the applicant, but it looks like the footprint, if there is opportunities to modify that, or at least look into whether or not that is feasible, it does appear that there could be opportunities to mitigate the increases in volume.
Thank you.
So 800-pound elephant in the room.
Yep, no.
Does it calc out?
Can I talk?
Yeah,
a little bit?
absolutely.
Yes, sorry, Derek Donay again. So just in response to Maria's concerns and the drainage policy of New Canaan, which in some respects, I understand where the policy, what it's leading for, what it's trying to encourage. Unfortunately, there are parts of it where it's flawed, and that becomes which is why it's not adopted by, like, the Connecticut DEP doesn't enforce this. None of the other towns do. And it's the main part of the flaw in it is that to have a zero increase means you're either, like she said, reducing impervious surfaces, or you can infiltrate into the ground. Now, our site, the majority of our development is uphill from the wetlands, and we have our infiltration systems up there. So the majority of our site in the model, like during a 1-year event, I think the northernmost retention system is large. That's the best soils on the site. There's no excess running off on that. So you can't increase that to make it any better. As you kind of work your way through, the problem is we have an entry driveway that was previously approved coming into the site over wetlands. I can't infiltrate in the wetlands on a driveway that was already previously approved. So there's the lower portion of the development that's by the wetlands. So where the flaw comes in is if you have, and I'm not talking about my site right now, but just a general thing. If you have a site that maybe has poorly draining soils and you can't infiltrate, that's saying that you cannot develop at all on that site. And there are a lot of sites that have maybe a type C or type D soils where you cannot infiltrate. So if you had say you owned a 2-acre lot in a 1-acre zone, and you had a house on there and you said, hey, I'm going to subdivide and I want to build a house on the other lot. You can't, because you cannot infiltrate the water. Now, what does that mean? Engineering, what we do and what the Connecticut DEP encourages, or what their guidelines are, is you do multiple things to offset when you cannot infiltrate all the runoff. If you had sandy gravel soils throughout your whole site, you could put it all into the ground. When you don't, what do? You treat the water quality runoff, which we have done. So that's, the first inch of rain. And then what do you do after that? You start to reduce peak flows from the site so that you can control the runoff. And we, as Mr. Silla said, we have a very extensive drainage system on our site. And we have done a fantastic job of controlling the peak runoff from our site. The entire development, the entire basically gray purple area up there goes into a detention system after it's been treated, after all the infiltration systems. Whenever they overflow, they go into one large, extremely large detention system that has a pipe that's 3.5 inches. That's the orifice. That's what's coming out. So it's like we are controlling the water as best we can. Correct. We do not meet the policy where it says to control peak rate or storm, or no increase in peak rate or storm runoff volume, excuse me. but we are not having any adverse impacts on the wetlands. We are meeting the Connecticut DEP's guidelines. We're doing sound engineering judgment. And this is where the town policy has a flaw in that if you have a section of your site that has poorly draining soils and you cannot infiltrate, what do? Now, we already have an approved driveway. No matter what you build up here, you cannot infiltrate the water from that driveway. So there's a problem. So we've done everything we can, no increase in the water surface elevation of the wetlands. Which leads to one of the other concerns, and this was one of Maria's comments was, neighbors have come up before and spoken about, hey, I get flooding in my basement. And we talked about this the last time. My sump pump runs all the time, which is true. Those houses along the bottom part of urban are adjacent to a wetlands. Their basements are all below ground with groundwater around them. Their basements were built around groundwater, and you try to, how do you mitigate that? If you want to have a basement, you put pipes in and pumps, and you try to take the groundwater and you pump it somewhere else, but they run all the time. And those basements, they eventually leak. They have problems, and that's in a current existing condition. We are not making the wetland system worse. We're not, there is extra volume there going overall to the wetland system, but we're controlling it so that it's not all dumping there at one time and filling up the wetlands higher than it should. We have the wetlands, water surface elevation in the wetlands is staying the same as under existing conditions, and we are controlling that water. The wetlands has an outlet, water's always going out through that pipe that goes under the street, and we are controlling the water that goes into the wetlands so that we are not making the system worse. So we are not going to make a system that is making it worse on the neighbors that already have a problem from groundwater.
Excuse me, Katie Owsley for the record. So I understand the points that both you and Attorney Smith are making about, first, there are two separate questions, right? Around the policy and then around the adverse effects or lack thereof to the wetlands. But the town engineer, Maria, just referenced, a change in the impervious area. Is she referencing, or maybe this is to both of you, is that like a 1% reduction in impervious area? Like what would affect that number to bring it into within the town policy? What reduction in impervious area?
Oh, of the site,
Mhm.
eliminate the driveway.
That's
already
the
been done.
only,
Meaning because the
Well,
the upper parts were taken care of. That's all in the soils where we can infiltrate. It's the lower part of the site adjacent to the wetlands. The only way to get into the site, which was the approved driveway entrance and getting up there, that's where we're you can't infiltrate into a wetlands. So what do? You do all the controls you can. You do all the other, we're taking care of the building and the parking areas. But you can't infiltrate into a wetland. So
It's definitely a conundrum.
sure.
Mhm.
So
Mhm.
anyways,
Bill has-
so yeah. Sorry. Bill.
Good evening. Bill Kenny, I thought maybe I'd jump in and just add a little bit here with regard to this, because there's it's so directly related to the wetlands. I'm professional wetland scientist, soil scientist, and landscape architect. And I appreciate with what Derek is saying. With the existing wetland itself, though, when you consider the driveway was placed over a wetland, the soils in that wetland, they don't infiltrate themselves. So whether or not there's a driveway there or not a driveway there, that's why it's a wetland. The soils are so finely textured that they do not allow, there's some water that infiltrates through, but it's very little. And that's why you have saturated conditions or ponding conditions on the surface. So it's a little unfair. Because of the limitations of the modeling, doesn't allow Derek to take credit for infiltration there, but it's really not happening today anyway. So it's mimicking what happens today, that if the water falls on the wetland, it sits there, very little of it goes through the ground, but it pretty much sits at the surface. So what's happening with the driveway now, it goes through that few feet of filtering soil that's been put in, and then it makes its way out onto the wetland. So it's pretty much doing the same process that happens with or without the driveway.
And excuse me, for the record, Chris Smith, so that's what's happening today with the access driveway.
If it wasn't there, Well, I mentioned two different conditions. Yes, under existing conditions, if where the driveway, before the driveway existed over the wetland, rainwater falls onto that wetland surface, and a very little amount infiltrates in. And then it's sitting at the surface, at or near the surface, the water. And with the design of the driveway, you're infiltrating it through that upper layer of material that's been installed, but then otherwise it acts just as it would. So.
And maybe Chris Smith, for the record, this is a question for Derek, and then maybe Bill to comment on. I think what I heard, because I don't know the answer to this, and usually don't want to ask a question if you don't know the answer to it, but it sounds like we're able to address the stormwater runoff and meet the zero increase with the volumes for all the different storm events in the upper portion. That's going to be new. It's just when the driveway that's been approved and constructed already is included.
You
That's
try
when
to model that.
you can't, that's where the modeling is a problem. So the new impervious area is being accommodated for. It's including the driveway, which this commission has already approved and has been installed. That throws the calculation off.
That's part of it. Yes.
Okay. Because I think it'd be important for the commission to understand that. That's all.
Yeah, that's part of it. The retention systems on the site cannot handle, all the water from the development, but they're doing the more than the water quality. They're going up through like the 1 year event or something like that. And some of them, the northernmost one, are doing all the events because it's got great soils kind of as you work your way down. So it's doing all the treatment, it's doing a ton of retention, ton of exfiltration. It's doing everything it can on the site. But the problem is we can't, you talk about like adding additional, we can't add the additional to treat that lower portion of the job.
So if we were to take this section right here, it's doing its job. It's below on the volume, but if you add in here, that throws it over just. slightly.
This is George Perkins for the record. Let's see if we can summarize this. From what I'm hearing, you have a very extensive and I did review the plans for water control, and for where we stand right now, it's been determined that you are not going to meet the policy. And as Mr. Smith stated, our preview is to determine what the effect is on the wetlands, whether or not it's going to be a positive or a negative effect. It seems like it's more of an administrative issue between the DEP and what we're doing here. So I don't know if, if this discussion is going to go anywhere until the right people take a look at it and make a determination.
So this is Angela Jameson for the record. I think I have a slightly different take on it from Commissioner Perkins, which is we are a body of the town of New Canaan. We're a regulatory body. And I find it very hard to think of a decision that would, in fact, an approval that would conflate with town regulations in some area that actually do pertain to what we are charged to look at, which is wetlands. I mean, I'm finding it troubling that this plan is not in conformity with the town's drainage policy. I find that very troubling. Now, we could debate back and forth the whether the town's drainage policy is the optimal one or not, but it is what it is.
Well, with all, and just Chris Smith, for the record, this application could very well not comply with various zoning regulations that you have. And quite frankly, the zoning application that's pending before your Planning and Zoning Commission is a Section 830G application. So it doesn't meet many of your different requirements for a development in that particular zone district. That's why we have a zone text amendment. That's how it works. So that would be the equivalent, Commissioner Jameson, of you saying, well, we're going to deny the wetlands application because you don't meet the parking requirements under the zoning regulations, and you really should be providing more parking. Or lighting, or whatever the case may be. And that's not a basis. It's like saying, we'll come to this later, like Army Corps. If we had to go to Army Corps for an actual permit, let's say there was, forget the enforcement. If we need a permit from the Army Corps just for any application in this state, You go and you get your local approvals first, then you go to the Army Corps, or you go to the state Office of State Traffic Authority, OSTA, if you need some sort of permit from them relative to a cut into a state highway. They all want you to go to local commissions first because that's what you're looking at. You apply your regulations. Somebody else applies their own regulations. And if something is like with the Corps, if something has to be changed with this site development, and it creates a new regulated activity, we have to come back to this commission. I mean, everybody knows that. That's like land use 101. And similarly, I think you just heard from your town engineer, this policy is allegedly, town engineer Couplet made this. I don't want to speak for you, but I think I heard that this is incorporated into the zoning regulations, and who enforces it? I think we heard the town engineer. That's where it gets enforced. It's not up to this commission to look at different policies throughout the town. It could be anything. It could be some public works with a park. And you say, well, landscaping or this has to be done. So we're going to deny it because you don't comply with some policy that your public parks or the library or somebody else has with a requirement for some sort of development or whatever it might be. And I just would respectfully, I don't want to spend too much time on it. Please talk to your town attorney. I think this is really no different than if there's some sort of federal requirement that has to be met. If we need an Army Corps permit, we would have to go there. If we have to meet some town policy, and I'm not here to argue whether we have to meet that with this commission, because sounds like it's a planning and zoning and town engineer issue. That's not for this commission. I'm just not going to get into the grand debate on what's a policy versus what's a regulation, what's a standard, what's an ordinance duly adopted, what's a law you have to comply with. You have to comply with regulations unless the law from the state changes something. But here you have a policy. That's what it is. It's not an ordinance. Everybody knows that. We've heard that. And that's okay. You can have a policy. But if we don't comply with it, if this proposal doesn't comply with it, I'm just telling you, and I'm just asking you, please talk to your town attorney when you're going through your deliberations on the 13th. Because I think I've made the point. It's our position that we don't have to comply with it with the wetlands. And that's not a basis, a valid basis for this denial from this commission, because this commission, similarly as you're not looking at zoning regulations and how they may apply, and it sounds like this might be a zoning regulation to this site development, you're looking at whether there's an adverse impact or not. And I just had your regulations up on my screen, and that your regulations mirror the state statutes and under 22A41 and the whole process there. And that's your charge. And I would respectfully submit, without spending too much more time on it, that the evidence in the record from your consultants, from our consultants, is that small de minimis increase. I hear from Commissioner Sillo that, well, it's a big project, so that, how big is the increase? Well, your own engineer said, Mr. Canna said it's de minimis, and it's not going to have a negative effect on any downstream wetlands or watercourse. I mean, that's who you've retained to get that opinion from. And Mr. Kenny and Mr. Donay have echoed that. And Mr. Klein, I think, said on Monday night that that's the case. So I don't want to, I don't want to take away from the rest of the presentation, but I just would respectfully, again, submit to the commission. It's a policy. It's not even an ordinance. And quite frankly, it's not an ordinance or it's nothing for the Wetlands Commission. The Wetlands Commission looks at a proposal and whether there's an adverse impact. Again, we could meet that policy, and you could, and Mr. Candace and Mr. Klein could have said, oh, yeah, they meet it, but it's still going to result in an adverse impact for whatever reason. They would have to quantify and identify it for you. They didn't do that because that's the test for this commission. And if you look at your regulations, and I'll go through the cases later. I mean, that's your charge. So you're not here to enforce a policy concerning whether there's going to be any increase in volume of runoff. And I think it's for new impervious surface. So this really, I think, I heard from the town engineer, I think that it encourages redevelopment. And I think the flip side of that is it discourages new development on vacant land, which I don't know. I don't know how that sits, but that's what it's doing. It's encouraging redevelopment, which is all good. Don't get me wrong. And that's what we have is a virgin or vacant site. And again, question for this commission.
Okay.
So
Adverse impact or not.
thank you very much, Attorney Smith, for elaborating at length on this, and I hear what you say. I would just say that I see a big difference when it comes to drainage, because we're talking about water, and that is something that is impactful for wetlands. So I think to say that this is akin to us saying that it doesn't meet a parking regulation, I'm not sure that I would agree with that.
I was trying to just use an example when you said that it doesn't comply with something. If I don't want to spend too much time on
Yeah,
it,
we
but I
gotta
think you've
move.
got, I think you, and I think you've got our position on that, and you can discuss it with your council.
I think that the town engineer has raised their hands. Do you have anything to say?
Yes, thank you. Sorry. So I did want to find out from the applicant's engineer whether or not the retention systems 2 and 3, if those could be expanded. Because right now, as the model and the details shown, that the water surface elevation, it appears that in the 100-year storm event for both of them and in the 25-year storm event for one of them are in the compacted soil surface elevation. They're above the stone reservoir. So it does appear that just based on what is provided in the analysis and as part of the plans, that those 2 measures would need to be modified and so therefore potentially expanded. And so the question is are there any limitations to actually expanding those systems?
Yes, Maria, this is Derek. I can respond to that. So I think what you're misinterpreting with the model there and what you're talking about is those systems have overflows. So once they fill up, the water goes out the overflow pipe. And as you probably know, using HydroCAD, I assume that's one of your things. Anyways, when you use a model, you can't just stop the system at the overflow pipe. As far as in the model, you have to show additional storage above the overflow. So
Mhm.
as that system fills up, and those systems are designed to fill up, they cannot handle the 100-year event, those type of large storms. Anyways, so as the system fills up, it then the water above it, you put in like a maybe a storage area that has only like 10% void, something very small, but just something so the model can understand that what it does with the overflow. So those systems are designed correctly. They are designed to fill up the water. Remember, they're bypass systems. They're off to the side. They are not, it's not like the whole storm goes through those systems. They go into those systems until they're full and then they get bypassed around.
No, I understand, but the overflow is a controlling factor. So they're under peak storm events, you would potentially still need the elevation above those overflows. And the overflow,
And they
as
have, sorry about that, Maria. Go ahead.
no, go ahead. Go ahead.
No, I was gonna say they are modeled. They're not where the top of the system is not right at the overflow. It still has, I believe it's like 6 inches or something like that. Additional model above that. I forget exactly off the top of my head. It may be more.
So the detail though, maybe the table needs to be revised on the detail. Because if you look at the detail for
I think
both the cross sections.
I understand what you're talking about. And I guess that's the confusing part is that it should be set where it shows, okay, at this storm, it's set to the top of the system as opposed to,
So-
meaning like it's filled up or something. So I can, this is.
Because currently as presented, it is not demonstrating that. But if what you're saying is that that's not reflective of what the model is, and that detail needs to be modified.
I think there's some misinterpretation that I don't know if this is the place for this technical discussion. They are modeled correctly. And it's the interpretation of as the storm fills up, as I said, like the model needs something as the water fills up the pipe. So say you have say the retention systems, the top of the system, I'm just making up a number, is like 6 inches above the outlet orifice. But the pipe safe, the outlet during a large storm event fills up, say it's a 12-inch pipe. and it filled up almost all the way. So that would be above the top of your system. All right. But the model, it can't stop right at the top of your system because it wouldn't understand what to do with the water as it leaves the system. So you have that like, you know, and as I said, there's a stage, it's the next part of above the system we put in. It's like 10% voids in our soils above, just showing so the model can understand. It's not giving it hardly any storage, but it's understanding on how to fill the overflow pipe. So this might be a technical misunderstanding between the two of us that I know we can work out. We may have to sit down at a different time to talk about this, but
Which is fine. Yep.
That'd be a good idea.
yeah,
That'd be a
I
good idea.
don't want to.
But we have another question or a comment from our town attorney. Pete?
Yeah, yes, thanks, Dan. I don't want to beat a dead horse here. I think this is something that can be discussed with the commission when you deliberate to make a decision. But just in very quick terms, the issue isn't so much whether the application complies with the policy. It's whether the failure to comply with the policy results in an adverse impact to the wetlands. And that's really what the issue is for this commission. Failure to comply with the policy may come up in other contexts with planning and zoning or in other situations, but really the relevant issue for you is whether there's an adverse impact to the wetlands and whether the policy is met or not isn't the determining factor there. It's impact, negative impact, adverse impact to the wetlands and water courses. So the mere compliance or non-compliance with a policy, which is the town's policy. There's no question about that, but it doesn't necessarily have a correlation to what you are considering, and that's the impact to the wetlands and water courses. So that's what you need to consider. And Angela, I just wanted to point out that whether the mere fact that something in this plan does not comply with the policy is not in and of itself a basis for saying we can't approve it, because that's not what you're considering. You're not considering whether the policy is met or not. You're considering whether there's an impact to wetlands and water courses, a negative impact as a result of not meeting the volume policy that exists. So that's it's difficult sometimes when you're hearing an application, because you're hearing more than necessarily our arguments that deal just with wetlands and water courses. You hear more, you hear engineering data, you hear other things. But in the case of the commission needs to focus, this commission, the Inland Wetland and Water Courses Commission agency, needs to focus in on impacts to wetlands and water courses, actual impacts, not theoretical impacts. So I just, I'm not trying to cut anybody off, and we can discuss this in greater detail when you go to deliberate, because there probably will be questions about that. So I can explain it maybe in more detail then, because I don't think you need to. I think the discussion has reached a logical end here, and we can consider all this stuff at a future point. But I just wanted to chime in with what you're really concerned about as the agency.
All right, thank you. Derek, do you have anything more? I mean,
That
not
was
about
part
this,
of my
but
summary
move
from the
on.
last time, which went longer than it did the last time. Apologies.
You want to continue?
I just started there.
Real briefly, the next thing I talked about last time was the construction phasing. I don't know if you want me to run through that real quick.
That was pretty
quick again.
straightforward.
That was pretty
That's
straightforward.
that's very explanatory.
Yeah.
Okay, so that was the end of my presentation the other night. And so now,
I did ask for it, yeah.
exactly. Real briefly, I just want to go over what I was going to go after my presentation was, we had heard from the town's two consultants, Joe Canis and Michael Klein. And just to, this is, they had reviewed, and Joe Canis reviewed all the supplemental information we submitted in. He was satisfactorily satisfied with the majority of everything. And he said he had a few minor details and that most of those comments could be addressed as conditions of approval. If you would like me to quickly hit the high points of how those items get addressed, I can do that. If there are any concerns, I can, one of them actually, you might want to, because this has come up a lot in regards to the roadside safety. There's been a lot of talk about the guardrails and, a guardrail attached to the wall. What does it do? How is it going to impact the wetlands and stuff like that? So because this has been such a hot button topic, we put together the conceptual sketch of it. This is not the structural engineer's design, but this is what they'll be working to obtain. So I can, Paul just brought it up, and maybe you show the blow up on the cross-section DD first. Oh, yes, share screen. The purpose of this is to show how the guardrail will not, in concept, impact the wetlands any further. And so what the idea of it, and let's see, once he zooms in a little bit, you'll be able to see a little better, is to attach steel posts to the exterior face of the wall, not putting them into the ground, into the wetlands area, but attaching them to the exterior face of the retaining wall. So that's the concept of, that still needs to be structurally designed, but that's the concept. If for some reason it couldn't, and the applicant is aware of this, if a different style of guardrail system is required that maybe needs a post that goes into the ground or if it impacts the wetlands in any way, the applicant is aware that they know they have to come back to this commission to get an approval for that. So right now, we just want to show you, this is the concept of the guardrail, that it's not supposed to impact, but it is supposed to provide safety for the cars coming around the turns and stuff.
And we're good with the installation, right? The installation of these? Where
Correct.
we have
And
to
as-
be in the wetland, but we're gonna protect that and all that. You guys have a plan?
Right,
for that?
right now,
Okay.
we still have when you're in the field, last time, I don't know when the last time you saw it, you see
I
the.
just want to make sure there's not like stomping around and,
Correct.
that's all I really care about.
There's I want to say it's about a 4 foot, something like that section between the face of the wall and the erosion controls that are still in place.
Great.
That's like our limit of disturbance, that if anybody needs to stand out there to do anything, that they'd
Awesome.
be in that. They don't need to extend any further. So I just want to go over that because that was one of Joe Canis's comments. Let's see, we already talked stormwater management. We don't need to do that again.
Please do.
He had a minor comment about the liners around the detention and retention systems and just making sure the details show how far they overlap each other. He said that can be a condition of approval, no problem.
But they will overlap.
They will overlap each other, yes. And we can add that detail as a condition of approval. He talked about access to the low side of the western retaining wall. So on the western retaining wall, you have, there's a level spreader area, and there's two riprap plunge pools, energy dissipators. How do you access those? How do you clean them and stuff like that? And so the concept for general maintenance would be, right, you put a ladder over the wall, you go down there with a leaf blower, you blow any leaves off or whatever minor maintenance you need with a rake, something to clean it up. Larger maintenance, there's a couple of different options to access those areas. One would be, during the workday when the parking spaces are empty, you could bring an excavator or something like that and attach an equipment, lower it over the wall. There's methods like that. And Joe Canis had also mentioned as an alternate, you could go all the way up to the north side of the property where you're at grade if you needed to walk along the side of the wall in that manner. So there are ways to get down there without having to drive through the wetlands or impact the wetlands in any manner. Let's see. He said he was satisfied with GZA's analysis of the retention system impacts on the western retaining wall. He talked about conveyance calculations, which are usually submitted in prior to building permit. That means usually at this level, you're just the majority of the pipes on your size, after 20 plus years of doing this, I know what size pipes to use for how much area and stuff like that. One area he did ask for, wanted to check was the size of the overall outlet pipes, as the riprap protection is based on the diameter of those pipes, and those pipes I can confirm have already been sized appropriately. As we do that as part of our stormwater model, we want to make sure that our riprap pads are sized appropriately. So I've already done that. Brief numbers if you want, like the 8-inch pipe that comes out around, as this is 100-year event, as 1 cubic feet per second flow, where the pipe can handle 3.6. It's already, I already know it's big. The 18-inch can handle 12.8 CFS, and it's got 3.14. If you, it's a small amount, but we oversize it for, like, they want it like for the flow that's going into the systems, 9.3. So anyways, they've already been sized appropriately. So the riprap pads do not need to be enlarged any more than we currently show. He talked about the drains beneath the garage, whether it goes to sewer or storm, and due to the situation with the open sides, and even Maria said we'd rather have them go to the storm, which is the way we currently show it. So that's been addressed. The diversion swale along the top of the rock cut. He wanted swale capacities to make sure the swale was okay on the north side. And I think you may have missed it, but that was on the last page of the drainage report with the outlet protection. So those swales were actually appropriately sized to handle, once again, a 100-year event with excess capacity in them. So there's not a lot of water coming in from the north, but the swale can handle it. He talked about a bend in the pipe, and I felt so bad I wanted to interrupt him just to save you guys another 5 minutes of conversation on these things. There was a bend in one of the pipes between 2 yard drains, and he was talking about to eliminate the bend. And I apologize, in our response letter, we left out that response. We did address it in the plans, which I was kind of questioning why he was talking about this. And then I reread the response letter, and there was that bullet point was left out. I apologize for that. We had put a junction box in where the bend was. So we did address that, and it's on the plans that were submitted in. He was just reading the letters as opposed to scouring the plans for all that information. So that's already been addressed. He talked about at the bottom of the swale where we have a collection catch basin to put a backing, something, maybe it's a little berm, just so the water doesn't bypass right through it, that it goes in there. No problem. I think that's a great idea, and I would love to do that. Condition of approval, we can add that to it. The temporary diversion swales that we showed in the S&E measures, he wanted to know the flow depths, and we talk about that in the detail for it. They have to be sized to handle a minimum of the 2-year design storm as far as their flow. And that's all part of the state sedimentation erosion control manual. So that's kind of mentioned in the detail of how they need to be designed and what sizing and stuff. Let's see. We already talked about the sediment traps on phase 3 and how they get phased out slowly from north to south as the wall gets built. That was one of his questions. Fueling and maintenance areas for phases 4 and 5. I hadn't shown those. I had shown them on all the other ones. In my response to Michael Klein's, I had talked about his latest letter. I talked about, okay, a good area for those. And I showed on, I mentioned kind of north of the refuse area. Just those things are under construction. You might move them at different stages around the site. But we did put them on there or mention it in our response to them that they will be there for those phases as well. Let's see. I think that was the end of Mr. Canis's comments, I believe. And then, okay, so Mr. Davison, go through his real quick. Okay, sorry. So Davison, Mr. Klein, sorry, Mr. Klein from Davison.
And for the record, you are referring to the report as of today, today's report?
Yes, yeah, let me do that. Let me hit on the high points. Yes, the leap year, February 29th. No, the March 1st, 2023. He had, so going through his comments real quick on here, and then I'll be done. So we talked about during phase 3 and then 4 and 5 of the construction, where we start to incorporate the final storm drainage measures as the stormwater measures during construction. The concern with that is what happens if you get a bunch of mud in there and stuff like that? You know, you want these things to function properly still. So we responded to is to that with notes on a plan that was part of that supplemental material that was submitted in as a response. We want to make sure that gets in there to make sure that one, the inlets, the catch basin is, you know, protected, whether it's like silt sacks, hay bales, something like that around it, to keep the majority of the mud out. But then also it's a catch basin with a trap and a deep sump, and then it goes through a hydrodynamic separator. So there's a lot of different things. But we made sure to note it on the plan so that everyone's aware that those systems need to be monitored and maintained. And you have a site monitor that's coming out, so they'll be poking their head into those things to make sure they're not filling up with any debris or mud or stuff like that. Let's see. Then he asked about bond estimates. So we submitted in some bond estimates for the landscape mitigation planning, the erosion controls and site monitoring. Just as in case you guys decide you want to require a bond estimate, he kept pushing that those should be submitted in. Let's see, I already talked about the fueling and maintenance pad locations. We responded to that. What else? Oh, sorry.
Sorry.
Okay, let's see, we talked about the elimination of the diversion swale on the eastern side, so the upper part of the eastern part of the rock cut. And we talked about that the last time, Mr. Kenny had recommended that. I believe Mr. Klein, everyone said, hey, that's a good idea. We think it's a good idea. So we've called that out on this information just to make it more formal. We said the swale to be eliminated and to do a one-on-one slope as per Mr. Kenny's recommendations. So we
So-
agree with that.
So it's a, sorry, people keep trying to get in the meeting, so I'm trying to let them in. Okay. It's a written description, but not pictorially shown at this point in time. Is that correct?
Correct. Yes, I didn't have time to revise the
Notes
grading
on.
plan, but we put the note on there calling out for that, just so it's more official. That's Bill will respond to those. Oh, one of his comments here, and this would be, how you guys do it, or how you decide. He says the response regarding the cost estimate and financial mechanism for long-term maintenance of the stormwater management system is, in my opinion, unacceptable. Because we had responded to that comment saying that the long-term maintenance is the responsibility of the owner, and any cost for maintaining is the responsibility of the owner, which is how it works. I don't know if town of New Canaan has this, but other towns such as Greenwich, Stamford, they have drainage maintenance agreements, landscape maintenance agreements. And what that means is just that the owner is responsible for the routine maintenance. Are those examples of them? Yeah. Anyway, so what that means is the summary is the owner is responsible for the routine maintenance of their own for this situation, a drainage system. They're supposed to go out and maintain it. We've already submitted in operations and maintenance plan. They're supposed to do that. So it's like twice a year, you got to go through, you inspect, you open everything up, you clean things out as needed. If there was ever a problem, never was maintained, totally filled up, was causing a problem somewhere, and there was complaints, the town would obviously first go to the owner and say, hey, fix your problem. If the owner said, I'm not going to do that, I don't want to do that. Well, that's what the drainage maintenance agreements are for. It gives the town the right to hire a contractor or somebody to come and fix it at the owner's expense. If the owner doesn't pay, whatever, you get the money from them, the lien or whatever. But anyways, there are agreements that can be made for that. So I don't know if town of New Canaan ever does those or not, but there are ways. That's what he is talking about in this scenario. So if he wants that, it can be drawn up.
Wait, go ahead. Kathleen Holm, for the record, is there a reporting mechanism built into that agreement that says at a 6-month interval, a report from
Yes.
and ongoing?
Yep, that was a question, one of Maria's, I forget, there's been so many comments from people. I want to say it was maybe one of Maria's about getting a copy of that report. So I think it's on a yearly basis, and we wrote that into the operations and maintenance plan that I don't know if it was for semi-annual or annual, either way, that a copy of the report, when it's done, once it's been maintained, is supposed to be submitted into the town. It just goes into their files, you know, so they have it on record that, hey, these are being maintained.
So to Chris Smith for the record, so to that end, we do have a sample, what the standard,
I can have
wait,
copies for you.
but the what Stanford uses, the template for Stanford, and I know that this is something similar that Mr. Klein has been involved with in the past from personal experience, but you'll see in it, it just provides for basically a restriction that would go on the land records and run with the property. And it provides that the owner has to maintain the system. And if for some reason the owner doesn't, the town has the right to provide like a certain period of time. Don't hold me to the exact days. I think when I read through this afternoon very quickly, it was 6 days. And if the owner does not respond, we have to make sure we give copies to Mr. Durkin. Jonathan, sorry, you're not here. There's Attorney Shapiro. And but this is something that my client would certainly be amenable to having incorporated as a condition of approval. That I mean, it would be subject to the town review. It's really no different than if you had a conservation easement. You know, if you we were involved with a conservation easement being put on the property, where that would be a condition of approval, where the final conservation easement would be done later on. But I know Mr. Klein was recommending that we provide something to the commission along these lines, and I thought, I know he's familiar with that, so why don't we use that one? And so that's what we're submitting into the record for this evening. It's a boilerplate, but quite frankly, it's I mean, it's Stanford, it's pretty comprehensive, so I think it covers protects the in that case, the city, in this case, the town, where the town, and it runs in favor of this commission. You so just have that in the record, so you have it for consideration if you'd like to
Excuse me,
impose that as.
can I ask a quick question about that?
Certainly.
Katie Owsley for the record. So just sort of perusing this, my understanding from your speaking is that, sorry, you probably need it in front of you.
That's
Is
okay.
that it would force the owner to pay for upgrades or maintenance that they were otherwise in default on, but would it also then, if there were adverse effects caused by that lack of maintenance, would there also be a fiscal responsibility to cover those? Just
To cover,
any fallout from a system not being maintained and then functioning improperly and then causing adverse effects to wetlands or whatever, is there a fiscal lever there?
I will look through that. I'm pretty sure that's here. It's in there, and I'll go, I'll look through that. I meant to, I was gonna say something. I apologize. It'll come back to me later. This is like an addition. This is like an additional safety for the commission, because I think as the commission is aware, and it's in your regs in the state statutes as well, that if you were to grant a permit to somebody, whomever, a boardwalk through a private residence, and they violated, and I know you would approve the boardwalk recently, I think, for a private residence, but if for some reason they didn't do what they were supposed to do, or it failed and it was causing adverse effects to the wetlands, you would obviously have the ability to revoke the permit, something you were asked to do with this last summer, and have enforcement powers that way. This is like a belt and suspenders where it's spelled out, it runs with the land. So if it's sold to somebody else, this is on the land records. So when they took title, it would be referred to. But it really is quite a bit of added protection for the commission. I understand why Mr. Klein was recommending it. So we thought that we would provide that.
Yeah, this is Dan Stepanek. This seems like a slam dunk. Why would we not do this? I mean,
I agree.
yeah, okay, yeah.
And it's in the record. It makes reference to the calcium chloride, everything. I mean, quite frankly, it's Stanford. It's pretty comprehensive. So, they're
But this applies to planning and zoning too, and all that, doesn't it? Yeah, I mean,
it could.
yeah,
Legal fees, if the town has to sue for reimbursement, the owner's responsible for the legal fees for that. The covenant indemnify to save harmless the town from any claims or judgments out of it. And I am 98% sure that that would be in there with what you were asking. Madam Commissioner.
Well, if it's not in this, then it will be in the final thing, right? So as long as we know that there's an agreement.
That's just.
This is the, this is an
That's like a
example, correct?
boilerplate of.
So yeah, so as long as it's in an agreement,
It's to protect the wetlands relative to any permit that gets issued, so.
It's
this is
reassuring.
jurisdiction, so it's there, so,
And this is Commissioner Perkins. I think this goes very nicely along with the stormwater management and operation maintenance plan. You can put these two together. I think it's going to make a nice document and a good blueprint for maintenance.
So
We're just about done.
are you done? did you say?
Almost.
Oh,
Last
almost,
couple,
okay.
last couple. Just about done with me.
No, I know that. I know that. That's.
Last couple of things. So Mr. Klein, he had talked about the site monitor, and we had put on, there were different requests for the site monitor and, how often they come and stuff like that. Our recommendation from what we've done in other towns and stuff, the general is, bi-weekly, and it's after an inch of rainfall. So either one. So you're regularly going out there every 2 weeks, or if you get a big rain event, you come out after that just to inspect, make sure everything's good and fix up whatever may not be. He had mentioned in his response after all storms greater than 0.25 inches, which is like a drizzle. So I don't know. In my opinion, that's pretty crazy, but that's
Not-
my
not
opinion.
necessary.
Yeah, exactly.
One comment on that, Kathleen
Yeah.
Holm, for the record. With the site monitoring necessity, you have multiple phases of this project with multiple different activities happening. Some more in some phases, some less.
Yeah.
So if some accommodation could be made to adjusting a site monitor based on the phasing and the activity and the disturbances that were happening, that seems reasonable.
And I agree with that because that's one where in the beginning, you're out there way more often. Because that's when you're first, you're cutting trees, you're grubbing, you're doing the rock removal crushing. You're out there at least once a week, if not more often, to make sure everything's good. But especially certain phases where it's like the wall's been built and you're established and it's like they're just building the structure. There's nothing really going on at that point, where every 2 weeks is plenty to do that. So, right, some sort of document that, and that can be a condition of approval agreed on with whether it's with the commissioner staff, I guess staff, at some sort of come up with it. And when he talked about the qualifications of the site monitor, same as I believe Wetlands already does, when you're going to be the site monitor, you submit that information in prior to the start of construction, whoever it's going to be, what their qualifications are, and what their responsibilities will be. So as part of that, the amount of site monitoring, different phases, that could all be submitted in one document or something prior to the start of construction where everyone agrees upon it.
Yeah, Beth Sanford here for the record. I did notice in terms of the estimates you had for the bonding and the site monitor did kind of stand out. What is the duration that you would estimate from start to finish?
So I was trying to do that based on like a, if say construction, all of construction, the whole thing took say 2 years, start to end, 2 years. And so just for the estimate, I said, okay, if I go out every, me or whoever the site monitor is, goes out every 2 weeks, so I took, 52 weeks, and then I multiplied it by, okay, you got to be out there for this long and write a report, how much per hourly, so I kind of came up with an estimate, a ballpark figure on what that would be.
So 2 years is like average?
Oh,
Likely,
for
something-
that construction?
The
Yeah,
whole time that we would need to monitor
yeah.
from each
For-
phase through all 5 phases?
for that site from start to finish, like after, like from, start construction to our CO would be about 2 years.
And we did, excuse me, I'm sorry, Chris Smith for the record, we did add additional phases, so I don't know what the actual end number was, if it was 5 or 6, whatever, but I know initially your consultants thought that they'd like to have that no pun intended, fleshed out a little bit in the sense of having it broken down in more phases with the specific work. So that's why we ended up doing that. I just wanted to clarify that for the record. Any other questions on that or?
Let's see, the last couple things he asked for was additional filter measures around the rock crusher area. We had shown like a crushed stone berm going around it, and he wanted something to get the define the more rock flour. And so we talked about this during the last meeting, whether it's hay bales or it's a right now I called out on this revised plan just to add another silt sock around the base of it, just to pick up some of the fines from the water that may be running off in that time. So we responded to that comment. He talked about the preformed scour hole, so the energy dissipator. When I first read his comment, he's talked about it being parallel to the contour, and I made sure the outlet was parallel to it. But what he meant to say was, say it's like a rectangle to flip it so the long side is parallel to the contour. So I made sure to note that on this supplemental information, and I'm totally fine with that. That just spreads the water out a little bit more. His other ones he had mentioned, and there's only two last things. To confirm the design infiltration rates for the pervious driveway pavement have been achieved. We talked about additional infiltration testing prior to finishing that. He said this note should also apply to the stormwater infiltration systems, which I'm fine with because we want these systems to work. So that means a lot of times you do your testing, you know, pre-construction, and then you go out and you build it. Well, we want to make sure that after, say, they dig the, you know, the grave, when they excavate out for the system, go in there and do some infiltration testing. Make sure the system is functioning, or that the ground below is functioning properly. If not, some remediation may have to be done. So I added that note to the plan. And the last thing was, he made reference about the silt sock erosion control. So along the western side of our development throughout the phases, we've got 2 rows of silt fence, and we had mentioned it backed up by a silt sock, which is basically a tube filled with hay type of thing. It's a filtering measure. And he said to make sure it's a continuous blown in place, and he had talked about that during the hearing. So we added that note, continuous blown in place, onto this supplemental material as a response to his comment, just so it's in the record. We agree with his comment.
This is Angela Jameson for the record. I just had a few questions relating to a document that was placed in the record. It's a report by GZA. It's dated May the 10th, 2017. So it is quite dated. And that was the time when this commission was deliberating on alterations to a driveway for 2 hypothetical single-family homes. And we were assured that that's what we were looking at. But it's interesting, I find, that this particular report, it is actually based on a site plan, which looks to be very, very similar to what we have been seeing. And it is a report on the retaining walls. It says, based on the site plan, a series of 5 to 15 foot high retaining walls are planned in the northern and eastern portions of the project site. So I think this is actually, you know, it's part of the record, and it is apposite to this. Can you just very briefly tell us what may have changed since that, you know, first report was produced in 2017, when pretty much everybody thought we were talking about 2 single family homes?
I'll let Mr. Stone speak to that, as our firm was involved in back then.
Right, Paul Stone, Hill Street 72 LLC. That back early on, GZA did an exploratory report for just conceptual plans, what could be built here, and anything from 2-family up to something big. We had no plan whatsoever for it, but early on you have to do borings and anything. So the question to the geotechs was, what could be the largest thing you build? And so, and what could be a medium size, and get any information needed for that. So they just modeled something out. That was it. And there was no course of action decided on any of that. So.
Right, but the plan does look pretty similar in terms of the layout of the
So again, there was
building.
no, it was a concept, one of many concepts. And that was
Uh-huh.
it. And that was strictly for the purposes of that drill rig to get in there to take borings, period.
Okay, so it was a concept that.
It
you
was
were
not
all
part of
playing
any
with or
application
thinking about,
whatsoever.
But it wasn't.
It was
wasn't
exploratory of
Uh-huh.
one of many concepts. So,
Right, so that was when we were assured that what was in everyone's mind was two family homes.
and that was, again, something that didn't go into any design. This is all preliminary stuff that you'd have to do with any kind of development that would go there.
So there in here, it does actually talk about an alternative to the rock cut. It talks about the possibility of rock slope design. And I just wonder why you decided to go with the cut rather than the rock slope.
I think it was multiple reasons for that decision. I don't recall. I think they even explored, because that's what they were charged to do. If you wanted to make a flatter site, what would you do? How could you do it? I think they discussed and explored poured concrete walls, terrace walls, this and that. So again, there was nothing finalized. They're all exploratory and they're all conceptual.
So this is hypothetical and we probably shouldn't consider this.
No, the data is real from what they drilled, because it was real soil and rock that they looked at.
Right.
So that's it. That wasn't part of anything more than exploratory. What do we have on the site?
Uh-huh.
What is the geotechnical conditions of it in these different places? So if we were to do the biggest possible flattening, what would that look like? And they did their job, and that's it. And that's what went into the report you're looking at, 2017.
Right. I suppose I just find it a little strange that when we were assured that we were looking at the development of the property for two single family homes at the very same time, or in fact, a little bit ahead of that, there had been an exploration
right.
of putting a building very much like this in place.
So what was before the commission back at the time was a wetlands crossing. And at that time, there was nothing more than any plan for any two-family development, but there were what ifs and conceptuals going on at the same time in the background. So that was it. That what you saw on that 2-lot subdivision were 2 homes. That was not part of the application from the previous owner, by the way, back in 2014 and 2015. I think they came back to revise it. I think it was, or 2016, whatever it was. And then we came back, our group came back to make improvements on it, and this commission approved that, because it did reduce the imprint of that pre-existing approval with the previous owner. So what you're seeing there was purely geotechnical exploration for what could go in there in terms of the largest excavation. And so we wanted to get as much information as we could from them. But those 2 houses depicted, there was no plan for that. That was purely conceptual before this commission. And it was only a crossing that was submitted with the previous owner and approved by this commission and approved again to widen with the previous owner. And then with our group, again, just that concept with those 2 lots was for just the crossing into that. And that was it, period. There was no approval of a 2-lot family dwelling, 2 family dwellings, not part of any submission from anyone, previous owner or us.
Right. I know that those hadn't been designed and we weren't actually opining on whether the construction of those 2 single family homes.
I just
would
bring it up
impact
because
on
there
the
seemed to be
wetlands.
some confusion with some of the people speaking at the hearings. And so I wanted to clear that up. I'm sure the commission is aware of that.
Can I ask the date on that, Commissioner Jameson? I just didn't catch what you said. I know it was submitted.
May the 10th, 2017.
So if I understand correctly, the purpose of now submitting this report that's dated May 17th, 2017, and we received it, is there a date stamp on that one? I'm not
Don't
sure
think
at which
so.
point.
The
you came to-
purpose was for the test pit data.
Right. There was some geotechnical information. There was more. You can always get more, right? The idea is to give this commission as much as we had available.
But it
for the
wasn't
purposes.
submitted, it wasn't submitted with the initial application, the most.
No, because
recent-
it- because
and
You
it
were looking
came
for
in-
the geotech for where the building, where detention basins and whatever are going now. So that was requested. So this is
Exactly.
information that we had demonstrating that that information today is, and there you have it from 2017, the picture. I think I was gonna go through that timeline later in my summary, but I think it's important for everybody to remember that the access driveway and the two lots that was applied for by the prior owner in 2014 and in July of 2014, and my client didn't purchase the property until March of 2015. And then in June of 2017, which would have been right after this report was done, the town had a moratorium on an 830G. And one of the points that I was going to make is that in the 2-year time period that my client owned the property before the moratorium, they did not, it was a little more than 2 years. And it's in the letter that I did for you and disseminated, I think it was last Friday or the Friday before. They didn't come in with an application because they were proposing one. And if they were going to propose one, they certainly would have filed it before your moratorium, which put it out for 4 years. And then when the moratorium expired in 2021, in June of 2021, my client didn't come in for an application. If they were ready to go, I presume they would have filed an application. I know most of anybody that I represent, they would have waited for the moratorium to end. And the next day we would have had an application in. And as I indicated, so that was in 2021. And then in 2022, I met everybody for the first time and I was here and on Zoom and we talked about that. And I think that I indicated to you that there wasn't any intent to file anything. I can tell you that once this town filed for the second moratorium at the end of July, beginning of August, I got a phone call and was told we have to get an application in because the town has applied for another moratorium. And we hustled to get everything filed with this commission because we have to file prior to or simultaneously with the zoning and to get the zoning in. And some of the information, quite frankly, that your third-party consultants asked for probably would have been done if there was time to do that before trying to get it filed, because monitoring things with the state is there's no certainty, but there was a very limited time period. I think it's 90 days. After which, if the state doesn't act on it, you have an approved moratorium. So we had to get it in. My client had no choice at that point. If they wanted to leave this option open, they had to file it. And that's how we ended up here. And I respectfully submit that if that moratorium application had not been filed, then there's a good chance I wouldn't have met all the good folks in this room, other than dealing with the request from the neighbor to revoke the permit last summer. And then some of the activity with the core, and I was going to report to you on the core comments in my summary as well. But I think that just as Mr. Stone indicated, I mean, when I represent clients and we're buying a piece of property, they're buying a piece of property, not me. I work for them. They go out and they do that geotech to see what can go on the property. And in this case, they just did it afterwards and to see what's the feasibility for the options to go forward. And you need to know what that is so you can design something like this down the road. But again, that happened in 2017. What is it, 2023? So, here we are. And it wasn't like they did it and then filed an application for it, either before the moratorium, the first one, or immediately after the moratorium. So I know I think, well, I know it's not relevant, and it's in the letter that I submitted to you, and kind of jumping the gun a little bit and dealing with it now. But as I indicate in the letter, and I think, again, you can ask your legal counsel, and it's certainly not relevant to the application. And I know that there may be some feeling that this was always in the cards and being planned, but I just respectfully submit that there was more than a 2-year window where my client could have submitted it before the moratorium that the town had on 830G applications, which would accommodate this, because this couldn't be built under your current zoning regulations without utilizing 830G and having an affordable housing component. And then right after your moratorium expired in June of 2021, I would assume if my client wanted to file something, they would have filed it the day after the moratorium expired. There would have been no reason to have waited for this property. So anyway, I respectfully submit it's in the letter. I was going to cover it. I will cover it very briefly. In my summary now, since we're covering it now, is as with the policy issue. Well, I will not revisit that. But with all due respect, I do think it's unfair to say to a landowner that 5 years ago you didn't plan on doing something that you turned around and filed something for 5 years later, because they didn't file it 5 years ago. or 7 years ago when they acquired title. They just were sitting on this property. They didn't build the 2 lots. They put the access driveway in. You have time periods for your permit approvals. They're good 5 and 5, and with the statutes with Public Act, in 2011 and the recent one from 2 years ago, things get extended, but you have time periods where you have to do those things. So I respectfully submit it's just being thrown out there unfairly. And I think this commission, and I'll address it in my summary, you dealt with this similar issue last summer when I was in front of you remotely, and the issue of credibility and whether a permit had been obtained through deception or not. And you found that there was no credible evidence. There's been absolutely no new evidence that I would see, that I've seen. And I think that what the commission found a year ago, except for that, you have a multifamily housing proposal in front of you, holds to today. And I think it's very reasonable. One, I don't think it's relevant for the commission, be perfectly honest with you, Commissioner Jameson. But secondly, it doesn't make sense if my client, when they bought the property, they would have filed something before the moratorium came into effect. They had more than 2 years to do something. They didn't do it. And then when the moratorium expired, I would have assumed if somebody wanted to file something, they would have filed it right then and there. And that's June of 2021. We're in 2023 already.
Well, thank you for that. I just find it interesting that there was no reference back in 2017 and 2018 when we were looking at the prior application. There was no reference to the fact that they, were exploring other alternatives. That's
No, we were gathering data. So
Uh-huh.
to see what other things could be happening, but there was
Right.
nothing. It was still the 2-family was still a concept. So what we stated several years ago was accurate. There were no plans other than what you saw on that subdivision application. It's not on the screen, but so.
Anything
no
else?
Nope,
misrepresentation.
that's fine.
Anybody else have any questions? Oh.
Any stormwater questions?
No, I
Director Howell?
don't think so. I'm trying to go back through to grab an email that Paul Stone had sent. I believe it was yesterday. It's a concept for, it looked like an emergency access road, and I'm inquiring as to why that's being put into the record within the wetlands, and
Yeah, I
is
can't.
it being put into the record for this commission to consider, or?
No, it was, again,
Could you
it's
give
just
me
to
some
have it in the
backgrounding on
record.
that? And
No, good
I guarantee
question.
you, they haven't even seen it yet. It's, everything's coming in so quickly. I just want to get a further explanation on why that's being put into the inland wetlands record at this point in time.
And Chris Smith for the record, and no, it's a good question. We were going to cover that. And as the chair indicated, and we talked about earlier, there's some overlap with concerns and some of the issues that you've heard from the interveners, for example, and even Mr. Canis saying, well, if I'm looking at from a zoning perspective, you might want to consider this, or you might want to consider guardrail, you might want to consider some sort of access way. And so that's a zoning issue. And with zoning, your fire marshal had indicated that he would like to see a secondary emergency access way. So we showed something on a drawing that would be, we're closing with planning and zoning tomorrow. The deadline, we're running up against the deadline there because these hearings didn't get started. We filed back in September. So we're just trying to be responsive to everybody. So we did put that into the record, and with this commission, it's only a conceptual, we're not asking for approval because we didn't do any analysis relative to the regulated activities. There's a pedestrian walkway shown there as well. Today, we did receive notice from the,
From the
well,
state.
it's in the record for here. If it becomes an issue with the zoning, we have to deal with it with the zoning commission with that application. But for the record, we are not asking for approvals of the regulated activities associated with that, because it's not, that would be something down the road if we had to do that through the zoning process.
Okay.
So that's the only reason that's
And
there.
if
but
that
just
were to
just
happen,
clarify
we'd
that.
we'd come back before this
I just
commission.
wanted to be
Right.
very, very clear because it was an unusual submittal
Yes.
to me. frankly. I was surprised to see it, but I know some of the backgrounding on it, but I just want to be crystal clear that that is not something you're asking the commission to consider or approve this evening.
Correct.
And if we are required to do it through the zoning process, then we would have to come back to this commission.
Exactly.
So just to be, and this is Angela Jameson, just to be clear, this is sort of a conceptual at the moment, just in the way in 2017, actually putting a multifamily development into this property was just conceptual. So it's kind of akin to that.
No, this is I'm stating on the record, since it's an issue that was brought up relative to the zoning process, we decided that we put that into the zoning record because it's going to close.
Should be next.
And tomorrow they're intending to close the hearing. So we've heard those comments from them. We don't think that they're legitimate comments anyways. So we just came up with something that was conceptual, so it would be in the record to be responsive to zoning with that pending application before them. Commissioner Jameson has nothing to do with some trickery down the road. It's responsive to your fire marshal's request. He feels that that secondary access is required in his mind. And because we filed it with zoning, I thought we should put it in the record with the Wetlands Commission, so you have it.
Okay.
Just like the guardrail, you've asked, the commission, the chair in particular, you've brought those things up, and like,
No,
with-
lighting, but
that's fine. And lighting, and my client, just because I was gonna have to cover this, said that, whether it's lighting or reflective tape,
Yeah.
I know. I quite frankly, those bright tapes on the guardrails are very helpful when you're driving back from Salisbury or someplace in the middle of Connecticut on a rainy night, and you see it out west a lot more. You don't see it here, unfortunately.
even though the road, the second road is conceptual, where is it? Can you, where are you thinking about putting it?
Do we want to?
I know it's conceptual and I know this is not part of our, but I just,
Why don't we show? Yeah, just
So-
because it's in the record, so just
Yeah.
for
I do.
reference to it.
I'd just like to,
Well, Mr.
we
Stone
forwarded out.
looks for that. Attorney Shapiro does have his hand raised. We will get to you. I see that you have your hand raised.
why don't you look for it? And Attorney Shapiro, why don't you go ahead?
No, just, and I appreciate it. So thank you. And sorry, I'm not there in person tonight. Just in terms of this conceptual, access way, as indicated in the email, if it's not to be reviewed by the consultant, it's not meant for this commission. I'm not sure why we're even talking about it at this point in time. It is an unusual request, as Attorney Smith noted. If this becomes a material issue down the road, they will have to come and apply for a permit from our view with wetlands. So it seems like, what comes first, the chicken or the egg here?
Okay.
It's more curiosity, I think.
Well, it's curiosity, but I'd like to know where,
8 o'clock,
because
you
we've
should-
been told year after year, there's no access, a second access to this piece of property.
You've been
and where
told
is it?
there's no second access that doesn't involve a wetland crossing. That was the
No,
distinction.
no.
That was the
I wanted to
distinction.
know
That's what you guys have been looking for, an access that didn't involve a wetland crossing.
that didn't involve, yeah,
Did not.
right,
involve
right,
it. Yeah,
right.
This does.
This does. This would involve a wetland crossing.
Oh, and would have to.
The second access
Yes.
would
This
involve a
conceptual,
wetland.
oh, would have
crossing.
to go, yes.
Oh, I
We'd
didn't
have to
realize
come
But
back
again,
here.
we'd have to be back before you.
Oh, okay, all right.
But this is Angela Jameson. I think it would be interesting just to see the slide that you're about to put up. Maybe it's up already.
It is.
So that we can see what you're conceptually exploring at this stage.
Can you see?
Because we're getting a lot of conceptual
That's what I'm
things now
Well, this
from
is.
2017. I mean, come on.
This is in response to the planning and zoning process that we're dealing with, and
Yeah.
and it's and if they want us to do, the guardrail came up, that's a zoning issue, obviously, but it also could be a wetlands, and we're staying within the approved footprint of everything. And they've brought up the secondary access for emergency vehicles, and so we have a conceptual plan for them, and we'll have one for you. Our position with them is it's not necessary. And our position with you is that it's not necessary, but if zoning's, if we end up having to for the zoning related matter, it's here, you're aware of it. It's not something that's being hidden from you, and you're well aware of
Oh,
it.
I
We
understand.
have to
I
come back
understand.
for a
Yeah.
permit and approval from this commission.
So,
We're not
Mr.
asking
Stone,
for approval of
where
it
is it?
now.
Where is it?
Where is it? I think everyone's gonna have to speak here tonight, and I don't plan on staying here till midnight, so.
How many more
Dan, maybe we could take a break at some point.
Yeah, we'll take
Yeah,
a
but
break.
let's see. where
Let's just see where it is.
What it is.
Take a break.
Move your screen over.
Go this way, to bring 'em in.
This is really conceptual.
Oh,
Wow.
oh, it's not a plan. It's a concept of how to keep moving it even more. So,
Left, this
yeah,
way.
move your screen to the left.
Take
Go-
a turn your
I'm just
share
looking
up.
at the
Right
screens up there and I got
There
a
you
couple
go.
heads
There
in
you
the
go.
way.
What-
So it'd be coming off the south, this is Derek Donay for the record. It would be coming off the southeast corner of the property north, just north of the conservation easement area. If a secondary access is required by zoning, and that's the only choice, that would be where we would have to come back to try to do a crossing. To do that, what you have is the intermittent water course over there. That's the wetlands area. And so you would have to cross it. You'd have to build another culvert like we did before, to cross that intermittent water course. And then you'd have to get to the access right of way over on that side.
Can you just pull
that-
back so they can orient themselves to the site?
Yes.
See the driveway?
Some of the. move your-
Yes.
Okay, I see Hill Street.
There's-
Where's the one they're-
It's just up there. They've got the-
Come and make a short.
I know, hold on.
Oh, here.
She wanted to.
Yeah.
Oh,
Okay.
This is urban.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
here, so they'd come up some kind of comment, something there.
Right, there's a piece of property with an access way over there. That would be, you'd have to go onto that out to Urban Street.
Right here.
That's the only way to get a secondary access onto this property if it's required.
Now, you,
That would take design drawings, come back to you. It's
Right.
So it's the whole process.
It's not.
the whole
before you-
process.
We
It's not
gotta wait to
before
hear
you-
from P and Z. I don't really want to waste too much time on this until we see something that is legitimate, to be honest with you.
came up as.
Not-
the-
It doesn't even, if there's no,
Okay, I mean,
not
fine.
even on the map, so I think.
You came up as,
Same thing.
It's gone.
This-
Oh,
this-
it's gone.
This is
Sorry.
what I do understand that it did come up, trying to explain it a little bit for the commissioner. It came up as the fire marshal had provided a document to the planning and zoning commission because it's a safety issue. And I just covering all the bases, I guess, to
Just to get it into the record.
not something in the wetlands is being asked to consider to see.
Has nothing to do with this application, so
No, I
I don't, I would
understand.
rather not waste any time on it.
Sounds.
Wasted enough.
I just wanted to.
It's
make
just
that crystal clear.
curiosity. I'm curious where this would come. Oh, yeah.
Well, this is Angela Jameson. It is interesting and I think it's relevant because this just seems to be like an exploding project with, lots of new angles and details. And maybe that's just the nature of this because it's extremely complex project that we're looking at here. And that obviously, as you go through the design stages and you go through the regulatory process, there have to be changes and additions. So I think that is interesting and thank you for showing it to us.
I think to your point, Angela, a lot of it has to do with the multiple layers of reviewers that are around this project. You guys aren't seeing everyone, so it is just part of the process. I just was curious as to why it was coming into the wetland record.
Again.
So that's,
What it
and
turns.
I understand that if that concept has to grow legs, you guys have to come back and we go through that process again.
We can do
Everybody
this
gets
all over
notified
again.
and see where it goes.
Multiple agencies that we have to go to.
So,
Yeah, but these multiple agencies can't do anything unless they get, we approve it or turn it down. Is that correct?
Right, and you have a plan in front of you and that's.
No,
what
I
we're-
understand, but all this stuff is coming in and you're absolutely right, Angela. This is incredible. Can we get an extension if we wanted it?
Yep.
No?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, because you started the hearing late, you didn't have any special meetings, but more importantly, you have everything. Your consultants have asked for the material, we've given it to them, and I think they provided you with a response.
And
I know
even
people are trying to make this sound like it's a lot more complicated than it is. I mean, it's a multifamily residential development. I understand New Canaan doesn't see a lot of these. And I understand that you don't have a lot of 830Gs that you've experienced before. So, and that is a little bit of all this, but again, we're dealing with regulated activities and hopefully we can just focus on that. As Director Holland indicated, there are multiple, I mean, we have to go to zoning, and if zoning says we want to do something, as any
I know.
application, this could be a pharmacy. And we'd have to try to come back here and say, well, they want us to move this over here or do that
Yeah.
over there. I mean, that's what you experience.
Has Carp Associates done anything like this in the past? Have they built anything like this in the past?
Well, our group, this is Hill Street 72 LLC
Paul
to
Stone, for the
represent, but Paul Stone for the record. So I don't quite understand the question. I mean, our group has built multifamily.
Have you done a 93 unit build, a 93 unit? I know you
We've
did
done
the view.
99 in New Canaan.
Yeah,
the
yeah.
View.
But that didn't involve any wetlands at all.
That did not.
Yeah.
So,
Anyway, we'll move on. We'll move on. I mean, I'm just kind of venting here, but any other?
hold on just a sec. Just point of order. Mr. Durkin is standing. However, I don't know, it's your call, Mr. Chairman. It seems as though the applicant is still providing testimony. I'm not sure if you want to go to the public or Mr. Durkin. He's on the intervener side of things.
One quick procedural question on this particular issue relating to the map that you were just viewing.
Why don't you, yes, we want to see it because we have to close tonight. So we want to hear everything you've got to say. Yeah, yeah.
The only procedural question I have is, I was in contact with, Alan earlier today. If the commission is going to accept a map that has nothing to do with this proceeding, is here admittedly irrelevant to the commission's decision and for which the applicant does not want the commission to have its professionals review it, then I would request that the email from Mr. Stone attached to it explaining that it has no relevancy to this proceeding be marked as part of the record before this agency.
Yeah, we'll make sure that that's part of it. I did see your email on that to Lola. So, yeah, that's just, there's so much information that's come in. I'm certain we haven't fully uploaded at this point in time. Okay.
Yeah, we are. We want to take a 10-minute break, but before we do, how many more
We're going to hear.
presentations?
Good question,
Mr.
Mr.
Stone?
Chairman. We're going to hear from Mr. Kenny
Kenny?
and then myself for the conclusion, I think.
Is that, oh, just,
Kevin Sol- Kevin-
Kevin's online. and I
Yes, he
think
is.
Kevin's gonna have Kevin Soley, our other engineer, is gonna have just a very brief presentation, and mainly it's just to explain some of the items and then it won't be.
so two more plus you, is that right? All right, all right.
And
Famous
hope
last
that
words.
At the end is to have Attorney.
You better
Gelderman
no
to-
stormwater
Yeah.
So we have to-
Kenny.
Yeah, don't mention
You're
the water,
gonna-
please.
Suspend.
Can we do 8:20? Can you be back by 8:20 or even
Sounds good.
before that?
sounds good.
Yeah. All right, so let us resume the wetlands meeting for March 1st. Attorney Smith, who would be the next,
Mr. Kenny.
Mr. Kenny?
Good evening, I'm Bill Kenny, the principal of William Kenny Associates in Fairfield. I'm a professional wetland scientist, soil scientist, and landscape architect. And I've been working in this capacity for about 30 years and have a degree from the Yale School of Forestry and Environmental Management. What I'd like to do with you briefly is just review some of the documents that we were responsible for preparing and some of the recent changes that occurred. Also, then I'd just like to review some other items that have come up over the meeting on Monday and then today to address some items that I think would be helpful to provide some additional information with regard. And we had made a submission of revised documents on February 15th, and then again yesterday, that's correct, on February 28th. And then Michael Klein of Davison Environmental issued two letters in the last couple of weeks, one on February 24th and another today. So they deal with a handful of things that are related to our work. We have the wetland delineation that we were responsible for on the property. Initially, we did a wetland delineation in 2018, I believe it was, and someone else had done wetland mapping on the property in 2013. So we were asked at that time to look at the wetland mapping, and we made changes to a portion of that in 2018. So there were two lines on some of the drawings. And so in December of this past year, we went back and looked at everything fresh. And so now there's one line, and there's one major change, and that has to do with the driveway, the entranceway that's been put in. So where there was a wetland there before, there's no longer a wetland that was approved with the permit that you issued for the driveway. And most recently, Michael Klein's letter, he has indicated, it's my understanding based on his letter that he issued today, that he's fine with the wetland mapping now. So that seems not to be an issue. And if I just quickly refer to Michael's letter of today, in the first paragraph, there's two sentences. And on the second sentence, he says, you may, he's speaking to you, the agency members, commission members, you may consider any specific items not addressed in the remainder of his letter as satisfactorily addressed. So there's things that he had previously mentioned about some of our work that he no longer is addressing in this 2-page letter. So based on that sentence, it's my understanding that we've addressed his comments adequately. Another document that we put together is the habitat enhancement planting plan, the wetland and buffer habitat enhancement planting plan. It's shown on the screen now. There's 2 pages to that to those drawings. There's a plan sheet that shows a plan view of the project. And then there's a second sheet with some details for how to plant the plants that are proposed. And as well, there's a specification, a narrative that talks about the means, the methods for doing this habitat enhancement work, and including monitoring and long-term maintenance. Michael had some questions or suggestions regarding that. So the changes, we made changes to that drawing since Monday, after we had his testimony on Monday and his letter from February 24th, and we added the changes that we made are primarily to those specifications. So he asked for a success standard. If you're going to enhance things, what's the standard where you consider it to be a success? So we added notes with regard to that. He asked that the monitoring, we had proposed 3 years of monitoring. He asked that it be 5, so we changed it to 5 years. To list a few more invasive plants that he had noticed on the site, because we talk about the plants that are going to be the target plants that we're going to control. So we added those plants, and then he asked for some more specific information regarding some of the methods and materials. And what we did with that was we referenced the website that's associated with the University of Connecticut, the Connecticut Invasive Plant Work Group or website. It's an organization, and they list invasive plants that they consider to be invasive in Connecticut, and they have methodologies for how to control those plants. So we're using that as our standard for controlling those plants, and that's in addition to what we specified on the drawing itself. I'd also like to mention that Michael had asked for initially copies. Well, let me step back. On our plan view, our work is, the planting that we proposed was on the western edge and the eastern edge of the proposed development. There's other planting that you had approved it with the driveway permit that was designed by Environmental Land Solutions, and that was approved in 2018. So on our drawings, we reference those drawings just for general information, because there wasn't a need for us to propose planting there. It's already been proposed and approved, but we did want to reference those drawings. Michael had asked for copies of those drawings, They were provided to him. One comment, he wasn't sure, I think, whether or not he had the correct version of the drawing based on the dates. We reference a drawing that was last revised April 23rd, 2019. And he indicated that he had a drawing dated from June of 2018. I think that I believe we had the same drawing because the initial date on these drawings is June of 2018, but they were subsequently revised through the process. And the revision date is at a different location on the drawing. So if you're not familiar with the drawing, you might miss the revision date. And this drawing with the revision date is the drawing that's on your website related to this application. So I'm pretty certain that he has the correct drawing with regard to that. He also he went ahead and commented on these drawings so the work is approved, it's underway, but he made comments for some improvements that he thought would be good for the wetland work, the wetland mitigation work that was proposed on these drawings. And for the most part, that has been covered, but there was a few things that were pretty minor, and we agreed that would be done. Something, for example, they were pretty minor. Instead of using deer repellent, use deer fencing to temporarily protect the plants that are being installed. That's not a problem. Well, the applicant is pleased to do that. And he also asked for, similar to the success standard that our drawing has, he asked for a success standard for that proposed work. So we provided that standard, and his letter today, based on his letter today, that appears to have been adequately addressed his comments.
Can I ask, excuse me, Kate Owsley for the record, he noted a potentially invasive plant. I didn't know sort of what made it
The purple
potentially,
bush type?
I can't remember one of it. I just noted because I wasn't sure what made it a potentially invasive plant. And if I was wondering why it's in.
I think he means just because in general, when you have disturbance, there's just some very common, or those ones that are just so common, they just always end up, or it's not on the, I think he means it's not on the property now, but there's a darn good chance it's gonna end up on the property.
I think he noted that in one of his documents, he noted that one of the plantings you had proposed, he called in potentially invasive.
Oh,
So I was wondering, A, if that had been subbed out.
Yep.
Okay,
And it's interesting, how do you define a native plant?
right.
And I very supportive of that. I started a small native plant nursery a few years ago, and we do habitat management work. And I take a broader, I spec plants that are native to the Northeast, and he asked for plants that are just native to Connecticut. So it's how you define native. So we were fine to substitute that plant. Also, with regard to the drawing that was produced by Environmental Land Solutions, because the work on the driveway has been paused due to the Army Corps violation, it results in some of the, that's the reason that Michael had some comment. For example, where he noticed additional water along the edge of the road, that's where we have planting that's going to be proposed. And due to build the wall, there was some over excavation that occurred there. I think that will be addressed as the planting is implemented. And so I think it is mostly a result that the construction hasn't finished that's related to the driveway work. So I'm confident that can be addressed to his satisfaction. We had in February 15th, we had also submitted an expanded street sweeping, snow and ice management plan. both Ty and Bond and Michael have no further comments on that plan, and so please answer any questions that you might have with regard to that. I would like to touch upon briefly increases in volume of stormwater. Just with regard to wetland impacts as a wetland scientist. We're primarily looking at larger, what I would consider infrequent storms. With regard to the increases in volume that are estimated with the modeling. As a wetland scientist, it's my opinion, what's really important to the wetland are those frequent small storms that happen on a regular basis. The average storm size is a half an inch and occurs every 3 days. It's that water moving through the landscape that makes the wetland really what it is. A storm that happens even once a year, certainly once every 5 or 10 or 25 years, it at that point, the wetland is flooded already, and those larger volumes just really flow through the system. At least this particular wetland, many wetlands is also the case. If you had a basin, a wetland that's the shape of a bathtub with no outlet, and all of a sudden you doubled the volume of water that came in, you would all of a sudden increase the elevation significantly, and it would sit there for days on end until it evaporated. That would have an adverse impact to a wetland. You'd end up killing trees. It'd be as if a beaver built a dam at that wetland. But with this wetland, because it has that outlet, the water flows through. If you look at the modeling and the information that Derek has submitted, he modeled, when you look at these larger infrequent storms, the water level rises and within a day it falls back down. So it happens very infrequently. It rises 6 or 12 inches, whatever it is, and then it falls back down within 24 hours. So that is such a small duration of time and very infrequent that it's, in my opinion, it's not affecting the wetland. So under existing conditions, it's rising like that. And now it's going to rise, instead of rising 12 inches, it's going to rise 12 and a half inches. And it falls back down, the whole thing falls back down within 24 hours. So for that reason, because it's my belief that it's the small infrequent storms that really drive the wetland. And because due to the shape of this wetland and the amount of extra water is so small that it's just increasing that very infrequent rise by a small fraction, and that falls within 24 hours. I conclude that increased volume that has a very minimal effect on the water levels in the wetland, very infrequently, that does not adversely affect the wetland. So you can have a change that does not have an adverse effect, and that's my opinion.
I swore I wouldn't ask a question about this again, but I lied. Kate Owsley for the record. So when you talk about the impact of 100-year or 50-year event, how does that differ if there are drought conditions versus non-drought conditions, and how does it affect the wetlands differently?
That's a good point, that wetlands, all of our environment is not static. The modeling looks at average storms for the 5 or 10 or so. You already, that wetland is well adjusted to a huge variety, to a wide variety of conditions. You have drought years, you have wet years, you have average years. So that's even, it's hard to measure. I don't think you could measure that change in the wetland. That you already have under existing conditions, this wide range of conditions, hydrologic conditions within the wetland over the course of a month, a season, and many years. So they're quite adapted to, and they experience a very wide range of hydrologic conditions on an ongoing basis, with or without the development. And with development, it's indicating it's very small, very infrequent, and very short duration of time.
I have a follow-up question to that. Kathleen Holland for the record. By infrequent, I know that's sometimes a little bit difficult to answer.
Right.
But Do you have a
How to,
defining infrequent?
yeah, so
Possibility?
like I was saying, the average storm, it rains every 3 days or so on average in Connecticut. So that's what I consider to be frequent. And then these other storms that we talk about, the 1-year storm, so that is 100% chance that's going to happen once a year versus once every 3 days. And then certainly, the 20-year storm, it's 100% chance is going to happen once every 20 years. It could happen more frequently, but on average, that's the return interval, the frequency of that event. So when you think about storms happening every 3 days, those ones that happen once a year, or once every 5 years, they have less. They're modeled to comply to with regard to development for flood control, which is in those bigger storms don't really affect wetlands. They just, the wetland is already filled up by that point, and then the water just sort of passes through again, unless there's no outlet. Occasionally you have a depression in the woods. There's a small watershed, and the watershed is just the perfect size that when it flows to that little depression, it creates a wetland there. And if you, it doesn't fill up so high to kill all the trees just because it's adapted to that average amount of water that flows to it every year. But all of a sudden, if you doubled that water, and now the water, instead of sitting at a foot, it's sitting at 2 feet, then because there's no surface outlet, that would kill the trees and change the vegetation. So. There at the last meeting, Michael did mention lighting and the potential for an impact to the wetland from site lighting. Because often we look at impacts, what we call direct impacts, where you place fill in a wetland, you build the driveway through the wetland, and that would be a direct impact. And then we look, if beyond that, we look at what we consider indirect impacts. When you have your development that's outside the wetland, how might that affect the wetland itself? And we primarily focus on water movement. And we spend a lot of time on stormwater because the stormwater from the development to the well. And then if there's a septic system, we might look at water moving from a septic system. And then occasionally people ask about light and how might it affect a wetland. We with this application, my understanding is that a photometric plan for the site, the proposed site lighting, was submitted to you. What that means that there's proposed lighting for around the building, and they run a model for that lighting, and based on how the lighting is designed, they're able to determine whether light will be illuminance from the light fixtures will be at what intensity will that illuminance be on the ground at different areas. So the lights have been designed and directed towards the development. And that photometric plan indicates that there's no illuminance increase or change in the light in the wetland areas. It's all being directed towards the pavement or towards the buildings. And my understanding, you have copies of those documents. That's on your website as well. That was from Solely Engineering. There also has been some discussion about the silica from rock crushing, and that can blow, you can have dust with silica in it, and how that might affect the wetlands. Certainly silica is a very fine particle in this from this type of operation, and it's a health concern for workers who might breathe that in. But from my experience, I do not believe it will have any adverse effect on the wetlands for a number of reasons. One, it's commonly used in the garden industry as a supplement to help increase plant growth. if you go to any garden center or search on the internet, you'll find there are many companies making money selling silica to gardeners to add as a supplement to their soils to help plants grow better. And then what's the potential if it lands on a leaf on a plant? And so if you were to cover a leaf with black paint, and it would stop the leaf from being able to photosynthesize and or transpire. And so that would certainly there is the potential if you covered every leaf on a tree to kill a tree by doing that. But due to the fact that the rock crushing and earth moving activities are they're not forever. They're estimated to take about 3 to 6 months. And the fact that that we are having those rain events that occur on a regular basis, although there'll be some dust on the leaves of the plants, it might make its way to the wetland areas. It's my professional opinion that will not adversely affect the wetlands. And I know there's been discussion about being familiar with similar construction sites, and I've worked on over 5,000 different projects in the last 20 years, just since I started my business, and have been through hundreds and hundreds of wetlands throughout all the local towns and on construction sites, and I haven't seen evidence of impacts from dust like this on wetland areas. Lastly, there was some discussion at the last meeting and with Michael's previous the February 24th about the methodology that we chose to use to describe the wetland functions. We submitted a 20-page report to you initially describing the wetlands, describing the development and our evaluation of the development and how we came to our conclusions about why we believe that the project could proceed and not adversely affect the wetland. So we have lists of plants, lists of animals. I chose to have a summary table in there with regard to our summary conclusions about the functions of the wetlands. Michael didn't like the methodology that I chose, and I think at the last meeting he seemed to indicate that that was the only methodology. It almost seemed like that if you don't use another methodology, then you can't. It's not appropriate to use another methodology. I don't necessarily agree with that. I'll say the Army Corps in New England likes to use that methodology. There's nothing in your regulations either that say you have to use one methodology or another. But if you go 10 miles into Westchester, where I do plenty of work, the Army Corps in New York doesn't use that methodology. And so I think it's like taking your temperature. You can do it several different ways, but if you come up with the same result, and he didn't question our conclusions, he questioned our methodology. But fine, what we are proposing, we submitted the Army Corps methodology, and we're fine with deleting that table and that section from our report, but it doesn't affect our conclusions. I still conclude that the project with its careful design and with its careful management and that it will not adversely affect the wetland or the watercourse.
Could I ask a question?
Sure.
Yeah, this is Dan Stepanek. Are you talking about the highway method? Is that what you're doing?
That's the method that Michael referenced.
Yeah, he did. And why, give us a little background on that. And
Yeah.
why do they call it that?
Well, that's interesting. So it was developed by the Army Corps for really large projects. Not that you can't take pieces of it and apply it to a small project. It was developed to help them review highway developments, where you're looking at miles of road work and maybe 50 different wetlands. And what the Corps was frustrated because some people would come in with the summary table, like I had, but with no backup information. So they said, don't give us just this summary table. And they didn't like a rating system, which I don't necessarily agree with that. I think we had 20 pages of backup, and then we had our summary table, just to help people like yourself, you have to review a lot of things, but I'd like to give a summary, and if you want to dig deeper, you can look through our report and see why we concluded, but the Army Corps, it was 30 years ago that they issued this document, this highway methodology, and a lot of people do use it. Because then you don't have to have a discussion like this, but it's not the only method that's out there. There's many different methods to evaluate how a wetland functions. Because in the end of the day, the primary reason we protect wetlands is because they provide certain functions that we as a society find valuable. So you have your functions and your values. And I like to review, compare the functions and say, okay, we have the functions operating at a certain level now. And after the development, will they continue to operate at that level? And that's in that table that I had. It was my professional opinion that those functions would continue after the development as they at the same level that they're operating today.
Let me ask you this, is this your own personal methodology, or what do you call this methodology that you're using?
I like the HGM methodology.
HGM?
Yes, it was developed around the same time, the hydrogeomorphic classification and functional evaluation. So
That sounds a little bit more detailed than the highway map. That's just the name, I know.
well, what I really appreciate about it is the hydro. You look at the water, because a wetland wouldn't be a wetland without water, and then geomorphic, and it has to do with the shape of the wetland. Like I was saying, if you have a bathtub with no outlet, that wetland's going to function different than a wetland that's on a slope. So you break a wetland down by its location in the landscape, its shape, and then its primary water sources. Like, is the water primarily coming from rainwater or is it coming from groundwater? Because you want to understand those conditions first. Because the primary factors, those are the ones that if you alter those, they're going to affect the wetland. So that way, if you have a good understanding of those factors, then you can have a good understanding of whether or not there's going to be a significant effect to the wetland. So that's the HGM, or otherwise known as hydrogeomorphic assessment.
Can I go back to the silica for a second? So it just troubles me. It worries me a little bit. So I'm curious. One, I thought, like, just because it's in, things sold in garden centers doesn't mean it's not dangerous to wetlands. There's a lot sold.
Concentration.
Right. There's a lot sold in Home Depot that's horribly damaging to wetlands. So,
It's sold as an organic approach.
right. But so, is there a way to phase the construction so that you can mitigate the effects of silica, but like you don't do the blasting during the summer because that's when there's the greatest potential for drought. I mean, I know there are lots of things that go into the phasing of this project, but are you better off, or is the risk mitigated greatly by changing the timing of that?
It might, certainly if you did during the winter when the trees are dormant, or the plants are dormant, you would be able to avoid any potential effect on the plants. But my point is that it's such a short, relatively, that it's not a quarry that's going to be going on for 20 years or something. It's a few, 3 to 6 months, and then you're done.
But if it's May to September, when we're also, if we by chance are also in a drought, is it going to be, is the air quality and is the dust going to settle in the wetlands in a way that it might not otherwise?
It might, but I don't think it would. In my opinion, won't be an adverse impact. I spent a lot of time in Bedford, New York, where it's not a rock crushing thing that I'm thinking of. I'm thinking of all the dirt roads they have and the dust. If you drive down, and there's lots and lots of dust on the vegetation, and but the plants are still there and growing and start thriving.
Excuse me. And also the dust mitigation measures during the crushing operation, they're quite robust. And it's gonna, it's gonna largely take care of it. That, will there be some minors? Yes, but nothing like a dry dirt road on a summer, next to it, you can see all the powder on it. Yeah.
That was Mr. Paulson.
Paul Stone, for the record.
So that was all I have that I proposed to be present, but I'm pleased to try to answer other questions that you might have.
Got anything? Angela?
No.
No. Anybody on the commission have any questions? I guess not. I think you're home free.
So we do have Mr. Soley, Mr. Chairman, next. I heard through the grapevine that the interveners would like to do something. I'm not
Right,
quite sure what, but
Is
we
Mr.
are
Stein
in
here?
rebuttal,
Yeah.
so I.
When would you like to, you have questions or comments, sir? And Stoley is, you want to go now or do you want to? Wait, okay, all right, okay.
Yeah, right, and then I need 45 minutes for what I'm gonna do, so if I want to make sure I'm able to. I've listened to one night plus of intervener comments. I know Mr. Attorney Shapiro did file, intervener counsel filed the 4 or 5 page letter, I think today, and other things have come in. But we are in rebuttal, and I'm more than happy if there's some questions with what we've submitted that we can respond to, more than happy to do that. But if we're going to be subjected to another rehash of some of the things that were done over the course of 4 hours one night and maybe another hour and a half another night, I would object to that. And I think that would be understood by a court. So if we are in rebuttal. If they have some comments on some of the information that we've submitted that was asked by us to be submitted, not only by your consultants, but also by SE Minor, their consultants, we will respond to them and they can have a few minutes, but I don't want it to break up. It's bad enough it's breaking up the rebuttal, but I'd like to summarize and go through the legal standards and the comments that I have without having to then turn over the chair, so to speak, to somebody else to make final comments. That's just not how the process works in our state. So more than happy to, and as a courtesy to the interveners, if they do, again, if they have something specific that is new that they'd like to comment on, that
I
we've
think it
submitted,
is
that's
new.
fine.
That's what I understand.
Let me ask you, Mr. Smith, Attorney Smith.
Mr. Sline.
For the record, okay, why did you leave out in your timeline the 2 modification applications that the applicant submitted in 2016 and 2017 when you were discussing the narrative of how we came to where we are today?
Yeah, I guess.
Both of those applications were an effort by the applicant to increase the size of the driveway from 12 feet to 16 feet with the 2 2-foot wide buffers. I believe you know that a multifamily project like this requires a 20-foot wide driveway in order for it to be built. So why would you leave those out of the timeline that you provided to the commission?
I'm not quite sure, but I
tell you
guess
what,
I guess my answer is, my first question is if did you put that into the record already?
Put it in the document that I submitted that added to your timeline. I added the events that you had left out.
So it's in the record.
Document that's submitted for the record, yes.
So it's in the record.
an-
Okay.
Why don't we do this? Is that your question? Or why don't we wait till you're up there and then you talk, okay? But make it kind of short, so,
So there,
but you have 45 minutes, right? You think?
Well, I have questions for as we've heard over and over again with the interveners, I do have some questions for our experts for the record. I do want to go through with the letter that I had submitted the other day, which does include the timeline. And more importantly, I want to spend some time going over, again, I have questions for my experts and our experts and the legal.
Okay, that's
standards.
fine.
And
I
that's
just-
important for you to hear because you've heard, I think that I have my presentation.
I'm just
would be
trying to
more
figure out what
accurate
time,
than my-
Attorney Kellerman is gonna speak too when we're done. So I think he probably needs about 15 minutes and Mr. Stoley, is that it?
Mr. Solly, yes, has some.
And how long does he have?
I don't know, Kevin?
Hi, good evening, members of the commission. I can be very, very brief. For the record, my name is Kevin Soley. I'm a licensed professional engineer in the state of Connecticut with Soley Engineering. I've been, excuse me?
15, 20 minutes, okay?
I'm going to be less than 5.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, very, very, very brief. I presented to you probably at one of the initial hearings regarding the earth removal aspect of this project and the rock removal, blasting, processing aspect of the project. What I said at that initial hearing is we were going to provide a more detailed earth removal narrative, which was submitted as part of the record, and that provided both a more comprehensive discussion of the process, summarizing what I had presented to you previously. And we also included a formal blasting plan, which is consistent with most blasting operations, throughout the state of Connecticut, the Northeast, and the nation. As we've talked about previously, the process of rock removal and blasting is a highly regulated activity. It's regulated through the state and local fire marshal's office. And we provided, as I said, for the record, additional written narrative regarding those activities consistent with what I previously presented. I just wanted to offer some very minor commentary regarding, some of the testimony that's been put into the record from the intervener. There were some videos and pictures shown of other blasting activities and blasting operations. I just wanted to point out that, what those videos represented were much more larger industrial scale type quarrying operations. And they kind of showed very, very large primary jaw crushers and secondary cone crushers and screening facilities, which are indicative and representative of a much larger type of operation that would usually take place over several years, if not further. As we've summarized in great detail, what we're proposing here is while there is approximately 22,800 cubic yards of material that would be of rock that would be exported from the property. This is a site work operation. This is not a wholesale industrial quarrying operation. As we've said, we think the duration would be roughly 3 to 6 months to go through that exercise of clearing, blasting, crushing, and removing the material. And the equipment that would be used would be, probably much smaller in scale, mostly track-mounted equipment that would be able to navigate the site and access the face of the rock area and things like that. So it would be far less. It'd be different than what was presented by the interveners in terms of what that process would be. Additionally, there's been some discussion regarding silica and dust. Dust suppression is, as Mr. Stone mentioned previously, dust suppression is a very critical aspect of any of these activities. All of the new equipment, it comes equipped with sprayers and nozzles for dust suppression to ensure that there isn't massive clouds of dust and smoke and silica that just kind of permeates throughout. That's not really how these type of activities really function. Especially on a smaller scale like this. So dust suppression is a critical component of what would take place here. I think it's identified on the soil erosion sediment control plan and detailed in the narrative and the blasting plan that those measures would be critical to as part of this operation. But with that, if those measures are followed and all those everything implemented, this activity will not have an adverse impact on the wetlands, and it will not cause, unreasonable pollution or harm to the environment. Earth removal and blasting is something that takes place every day throughout the state. And it's something that, can be managed and can be managed in a way that doesn't create, nuisance or adverse impact. So I promised I'd be brief. I just kind of wanted to speak, very shortly on the record, just to kind of summarize what we prepared. And, if anyone has any questions, I'm happy to answer.
Any questions?
That was brief.
No, that was brief. Thank you very much. There's no questions.
Great.
All right, so we got you, Attorney Smith.
Concluding.
Do you want to finish your comments or your questions right now to Attorney Smith, and then we'll wrap it up?
Like a response to what I did
Oh.
ask. In light of what Mr. Sullivan said.
He'll hopefully give you a response when he summarizes everything, okay, at the end.
That would be the case.
Okay.
I will point out there's a ton of information that was submitted at the last minute for the application that we never had a chance to respond to. Okay, and some of it we may have responses to, maybe not all of it, but some of it is new information. So the fact that we can't say anything now doesn't sound like a fair process to me. Now, I'm not a simple country land use attorney. Okay, and a good one, I might add. But it doesn't seem fair to me that if a bunch of information came in at the last minute, we would not have an opportunity to respond to it. I know the process is limited in time. That's just
Okay.
my take.
I think since we're potentially having a process debate, I see Attorney Shapiro's hand is raised. However, I'm not calling on Attorney Shapiro. I'm actually going to call on Attorney Peter Gilderman to advise the commission on the proper process regarding the public hearing process and the interveners, the debate, the applicant's response, the applicant's rebuttal. I want to make sure we do get this correct for the record and for the commission's process in which they're trying to deliberate a very important matter. So I would call on Attorney Gelderman at this point in time to provide some guidance, as I know he's been listening to where we are in the process right now.
I have. Thank you, Kathleen. The process in any administrative proceeding like this is always that the applicant gets the last word. And during the presentation, as I heard everything tonight, and I've been sitting through all of the meetings, the applicant responded to things that had been in the record. I didn't hear anything that was necessarily new. I heard responses, but it really doesn't matter. The public hearing will never end if every time something's stated, the other side gets an opportunity to respond. It just doesn't work that way. So everybody's had ample opportunity to present whatever evidence they thought was relevant to the commission. There's been multiple hours of this public hearing. It's gotten to the point now where the applicant has the opportunity to wrap up, give a summary, do whatever, and then the public hearing should close. There shouldn't be any additional public comments at this point in time because everybody's had an opportunity to make those comments. And if those comments are made, then the applicant would have an opportunity to respond to those. And then is there a response to that? So we've gotten to the point in the administrative process where everybody's had an opportunity to present their evidence and their opinions. And it's now at a point where the applicant has the right to wrap up. And then, in my view, the hearing should be closed. And Mr. Chairman, you can run the meeting how you want to run the meeting. But in terms of the process that the courts have recognized and the way that administrative hearings go, that's how it typically works. And I don't want to see a situation where either party is deprived of the fundamental fairness that they're entitled to. And since the recognized process is to have the applicant go last, then I think that's the appropriate way to proceed at this point in time.
All right, thank you. Attorney Smith, you're up.
I just would join with your town attorney. I think I would like to note that all the material that we did submit was in response to your consultants and the interveners consultants' request for that information. Your consultants responded Monday. We were here Monday, I think, for 3 hours or whatever. We heard from your consultants, and then we heard from the interveners. And we heard from their engineer and their attorney. And if I recall correctly, I think Director Holland actually asked the engineer from SC Minor if he had had an opportunity to review everything. And I think he said that he had. So I think in response to any inference or allegation or claim that people haven't had time, the expert said on Monday that he reviewed everything that had been submitted, just as Mr. Canis had and Mr. Klein had on behalf of the commission. So there was time for everybody to review everything. We started our rebuttal at that point because everybody said what they had to say, and they had comments, and we did get something else in from the intervener's attorney, which is fine. They can certainly do that. The hearing wasn't closed, but we were in the middle of our rebuttal after everybody had had an opportunity to provide their comment on the documents that they admittedly said they had an opportunity to review. So to say that all this new information came in and they didn't have an opportunity to review them, well, I think we heard from the intervener's expert that he reviewed everything and he was commenting on it on Monday. Your own people, your own consultants did the same thing. So, you know, I'm more than happy to try to respond to things. I'm not going to be cross-examined by an intervener, to be quite frank. And but if there's some specific questions that I can respond to, I will. But I would like to wrap up our rebuttal as we're entitled to. We're entitled to do that, and I would like to do that without having to be reminded that we're getting up to the 10 o'clock curfew. After, again, it's been hours of I've sat through listening to quite a bit of testimony and whatever from the interveners over the past few months. So I think it's only fair that we, in the last 50 minutes that we have, especially if you want to hear from your town attorney, that we kind of wrap this up at this point.
All right,
Okay.
you're up.
With all due respect, Attorney Shapiro has his hand up and he should be heard. How is it fundamentally fair that in the last 7 days, 700 pages of brand new materials come in after 5 months of filing their application? My expert did not say he reviewed it. He said he reviewed it, but it's still under review because of the volume of materials. Mr. Klein, your own expert, in his letter today said this process shouldn't proceed like this. It shouldn't come in like this on the 9th hour, and he was not finished his review of the recent materials that came in. So there's a massive fundamental fairness issue here that Attorney Shapiro should be heard on before Attorney Smith concludes this hearing.
How long is how long are you, Mr. Shapiro?
I'm not very long at all, to be very candid with you. I thought Mr. Durkin covered a lot of the territory just now. I just wanted to make a couple of comments. If I may, Mr. Chair, I'll leave it to you if I'm allowed to.
Attorney Smith, if he's okay with it.
Are you okay with that?
In deference and to professional courtesy, absolutely, to Attorney Shapiro, if it's going to be short. But why don't you go ahead, Attorney Shapiro? Well, with the permission of the chair.
No,
I don't have any objection to that.
couple of comments.
Thank you. Just number one, again, and Attorney Durkin, mentioned this issue. A lot of material was received over the last couple of days, but also since Monday even, we've received additional material that we haven't had the opportunity to comment on. That said, I don't think any of it changes some of the fundamental issues we've raised in the past. From our experts, SC Minor raised a number of concerns from day one, and I don't want to belabor these issues at all. But it was our experts that raised a number of these issues that the town consultants agreed with, including the issues concerning the volume and the flow rate. Those issues have still not been resolved. It was our experts that said and indicated from the start and have maintained through Monday that issues are going to result in adverse impacts to the wetlands. There's some comments earlier today about the volume of runoff being de minimis, and this is something I did want to respond to. And our consultant did put forward it. 3,000 cubic feet, 22,434 gallons is what we're talking about of the volume of the runoff. And the rate is, I believe, 48 gallons per minute. those are not insignificant numbers. And I did want to reiterate that point as well. Just going back, and I'm going to conclude with this in terms of the process here. Mr. Durkin, emphasized this point with Mr. Klein's letter today. Again, these materials were provided at the 11th hour of these proceedings. Some of the comments were first received and issued by us back in November. I think the town engineer issued her first comments in October. We waited 4 months to get anything back. And then it was a paper dump. And candidly, there was a number of items, I think Director Holland indicated this, everything has not even been uploaded on the webpage. I believe Mr. Attorney Smith did provide me documents as they came along. When I got them relative to when they were submitted, I don't know. But I seem to be getting them a day or so later than everyone else when they weren't posted on the website at that point in time. I told you I was going to keep my remarks brief, and I will conclude there. And I really appreciate the opportunity to speak.
All right, thank you.
Okay, just a comment on that. The way the process works, as we know, as indicated by your town attorney, is that people, if they have questions, they raise issues and whatever, and then the applicant responds to them. If it's in response to material that's been submitted, for example, by the interveners in this particular case, unless there's something new, if we're addressing issues that somebody raises, that's called rebuttal, and you have a right to do that. And you don't just keep going back and forth, otherwise nobody goes home. So just to be reiterating things, that's not how it works. And most importantly, the information that we submitted was all in response to the questions that we heard. And Mr. Klein had indicated on Monday that there were some additional items. They're all issues that have been involved. There's no new issues that are involved. It's stormwater management, soil and erosion control. And there were all things that were addressed by the interveners over the course of their presentations. So we're just responding to that. As indicated, there's nothing new there that somebody would have to respond to. I think hearing some of the comments with some things that are already in the record, that's up to the commission. You can certainly review it. It's not to interrupt the rebuttal with reiterating what's in the record. So what we would like to do in conclusion is I'd like to be able to address the commission on the application and the merits and the burdens of proof and some of the issues that were raised. What I would like to do is just cover a few of the issues that are in the letter that we filed. I filed on the 24th. There were just some items that we had asked for, responding to some comments. I'll provide a summary because then I do have some questions for our experts. And I would like to spend just a brief amount of time going over the legal standards that have been raised along the way here to the commission. So I do have a letter, February 24th, 2023. There were some attachments to it. I think Mr. Stein was alluding to this letter in the timeline. The first thing that we did here is we did provide you with a timeline. It looks like this. It's attached to the letter, Exhibit A. And the purpose, as I indicate in the letter to respond to Mr. Stein, is twofold. One was to provide the commission with a summary of the application along with the consolidated plans. Mr. Klein seemed to be a little playing catch up and trying to figure out what had been approved, which plans were which, where environmental land science with Matt Pott came into things with the original approvals. So the timeline was just to give a high end, this is when these occurred. And then we also provided a list of all the plans so that he would have that. The other was to indicate to this commission as something that I covered with Commissioner Jameson that I'm not going to go back and spend a lot of time on. And that was the opportunity. There was the inferences, and I'm hearing it from some of the commission members that there was some sort of plan going back to when my client acquired title to the property in 2015 to come in with this application 2023, just to do it earlier. I would like to point out on the second page, I think it's line 8, I have it should be March 4th, 2015, but that date is consistent with what I say is the 2 years and 2 months, I think, that my client had to file an application after acquiring title before the moratorium. What I do indicate there is that As you know, that the applicant had planned, there are certain parties that claim the applicant planned to file this subject application or something comparable to it since acquiring the property almost 8 years ago. And my first point is, as I said before with Commissioner Jameson, it's just not relevant to this application. Any property owner, if you invested in a piece of property and you want to put a pharmacy on it, and then the pharmacy or the hotel and the hotel market goes down the tubes, then I've had many an application for multifamily housing proposal that was replacing a hotel that had been approved and hadn't been built because of the hotel industry effects on it. So I can just tell you, I mean, that happens, and there's nothing wrong with it. And it's not relevant to the application before you involving regulated activities. But as I indicated before, there was more than ample time for my client before the moratorium that you had here in this town and after the moratorium to file the application that's before you this evening, or something comparable to it. And more importantly, it's just not relevant to the application, no matter how people may try to make it and influence people on this commission relative to that. The second and third items, I have it by paragraphs. The second and third both deal with the Army Corps of Engineers. As I've already indicated to you, and you can ask your town attorney this, the fact that there's any outstanding notice of violation or cease and desist order with the Army Corps that we are working on with them to address is not a valid reason for denying this application. They have concurrent jurisdiction with you. I know that the interveners sent in a letter last week through their counsel, and one of the attachments was a correspondence from Corey Rose at the Army Corps to, I believe, Mr. Durkin. And within that long explanation as to how they will protect the resources, Ms. Rose does indicate that the Army Corps' jurisdiction is very, very limited with this, and it has to do with activities that are in a wetlands. And those are the activities that you already approved, and that's the access driveway that's been built. So I just, we certainly, it's the fact that there's this outstanding issue there it's not a basis for this commission to deny this application. In fact, the Army Corps' wetlands are by definition different than state wetlands. Third, there was an inference that we haven't been responsive to the Corps, and we only submitted some information to them after the interveners raised that before this commission, and that's simply untrue. We've been working with the Corps all along. I've just had a recent conversation with them, but we did have a tolling agreement with them back in October, which they require, and that basically says that they have a certain time period within which to bring a serious enforcement action. If we ignore them, they go to the U.S. Attorney's Office, and my client waived any claim to that statute of limitations. And the Corps always does that when they're working with people to address any issues that the Corps may have. It basically says you promise and you waive your right to say that there's a 2-year statute or whatever it happens to be for us to bring enforcement action if you bail out on us and don't work with us. So that was done, I think, before that hearing date, where we were, there was the inference that it might have even been towards me that I had misrepresented the fact that we were working with the Corps. So I did provide you with a copy of that. I did provide you with a copy of the responses that we were asked to provide, and we are working with the Corps to address any of the outstanding issues. I know at P&Z, they asked us to give them to submit a copy of the conservation easement. We did give you a copy of the conservation easement, which is already the easements designated on the plans, but now you have the full copy, which, as I have indicated, does run in favor of the town. And then finally, I just provided you with a copy of the notice of decision from last July, where you address some of the same issues that we're hearing again here concerning this deception and whatnot, and also unreasonable pollution relative to the driveway. And you found that there had been the applicants, and I'm going to respectfully submit here, the interveners had not sustained their burden of proof then, and I don't think they've sustained it now with this application, and I will get to that. But you also found that there was, quote, no credible evidence presented by the petitioners that Hill Street LLC obtained the permit through deception, inaccuracy, or misrepresentation at the time the permit was issued. Again, not really relevant, but my client's integrity having been challenged was certainly important for my client as well as me in representing my client to address that issue. I do have some quick questions for our experts. There's 3 topics that I just would like to ask Mr. Donay, Mr. Kenny, and Mr. Solly. And the first involves what I'm going to go through next is the standard, the legal standard here in Connecticut relative to the wetlands application. You have two matters before you, and I'm sure your attorney will advise you of this, that you're going to be rendering decisions on. Just like last summer, you have the issue of a wetlands application. Back then you had a petition to revoke, and then you had an intervention pleading. So, and there's two different standards that apply to both of those. I'm going to come back to them, but what I'd like our experts to do is to provide you their opinion. I think they have already, but just to have that concisely in the record. And then also as to the conservation easement. But the first question I have, and what I'd like to do is ask the question and then ask Mr. Donay to respond, then Mr. Kenny, and then Mr. Solly, and then we'll go to the second one. But the first one has to do with the application for approval of regulated activities associated with the site development that's pending before the commission that we're here before you with tonight. And specifically, I would like to ask each of you who have prepared these plans and worked together as a team to prepare them from a design perspective and engineering perspective, and then also from a wetland impact perspective. If in your opinion, any of the regulated activities that are being proposed, including any of those activities associated with the stormwater management system, including quality and quantity measures, the soil and erosion control plan, site development work, including all site preparation, again, including earth removal activities and the construction of the site development itself. Well, any of those regulated activities or conduct associated with what I just said in the overall plans result in an adverse impact to a wetland or watercourse. So Mr. Donay, if you can respond to that.
No, if constructed in accordance to the design plans and maintained properly, I do not.
Sounds like Mr. Klein. Mr. Kenny, next, please. If
My-
it will result in an adverse impact to a wetland or watercourse.
My professional opinion that they will not result in an adverse impact to wetland or water.
Could you speak up just a little bit,
Sure.
please?
It's my professional opinion that the activities described by Attorney Smith will not result in an adverse impact to a wetland or a watercourse.
Or any of the activities associated with the plans.
That's correct.
Mr. Solly?
Thank you. In my professional opinion, if all work is conducted in accordance with the plans and specs and narratives provided, they will not have an adverse impact on the resources on the property.
In particular, wetlands and watercourses, correct?
Precise, yes.
Thank you. And the next question addresses the intervener's section 22A 19 pleading. Is any of the conduct or activity, in particular, those items that I just referenced, but any conduct associated with the plans that are before this commission this evening, in your professional opinion, will any of that conduct result in the, is it reasonably likely to result in the unreasonable pollution, impairment, or destruction of the air, water, or other natural resource of the state of Connecticut? Mr. Donay.
No, I do not. If constructed in accordance to the design plans and maintained properly, managed properly, I do not.
Will not result in.
Will not result
Okay.
in an adverse impact.
Or the unreasonable pollution of, the unreasonable pollution, period. But that's,
In the unreasonable pollution, impairment, and destruction of air, water, or other natural resources of the state.
rest. Mr. Kenny?
It's my professional opinion that they will not.
Thank you. And Mr. Solly?
It's my professional opinion that the activities proposed on the current plans will not have an unreasonable, will not result in any unreasonable pollution or harm to the resources, wetlands, or the state, anything in the state of Connecticut.
Thank you. And as to the conservation easement, in your opinion, Mr. Donay, will any of the activities associated with this site plan adversely affect the conservation easement?
No, I do not. Not, the activities associated with the design plans will not have an adverse impact on the conservation easement.
Mr. Kenny?
No, they will not.
Mr. Solly?
No, they will not.
Okay, well, thank you, gentlemen, and thank you for indulging me with that, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. What I would like to do next is just address some of the, well, I would like to address the standard review and relative to, again, you have two applications before you. One is the wetlands application and what the issue before you there, I know we've talked about it a little bit already, is whether there's any of the conduct or the regulated activities associated with this application with the site development, because you remember, you regulated activities will result in an adverse impact to a wetland or water course. And I know in the interveners have submitted quite a few letters and they have cases. What I would like to do is just, and you can certainly talk to your town attorney about all these comments that I'm about to make to you, but I respectfully submit that these are the legal standards in Connecticut for what I'm about to share with you. And I certainly would not misrepresent that to this commission or any other commission or any other or court in this state. So again, as to the wetlands application, and what's required for a denial of a wetlands application. So it's not only for the commission, but if somebody's challenging it, is that there has to be substantial evidence that the proposed activity will result in an adverse impact to a water course, to a wetland or water course. And I'm referring to a case called Riverbend Associates. I don't think that's been cited to versus Simsbury. It's a 2004 state Supreme Court case. Your town attorney is well versed with that. He understands it, and I'm sure he's very cognizant of it. And I'll just continue quickly. Now, the evidence required to support a reason for denial must be substantial. That's the phrase, substantial evidence. However, evidence of general environmental impacts, mere speculation, or general concerns do not qualify as substantial evidence. That's Riverbend at page 71. This is Three Levels Corporation, which is cited to you by the applicant as when they're pitched to you that there's not sufficient information, even though your third-party consultants seem to think there's sufficient information to generate all the reports that they have in their opinion, there won't be an adverse impact. One of the issues in Three Levels is a situation where the applicant just refused to submit different documentations. I think there was like a soil erosion sediment control. It was basic stuff, and it was denied. But in Three Levels, what the court said, and this is the appellate court, they're talking about the Riverbend case, quote, Riverbend Associates, Inc. thus instructs the substantial evidence standard requires evidence of specific actual harm to the environment rather than a general impact thereto. What happened and I'm just going to take two cases because and one of them is pretty spot on with this one, but it's Riverbend as well. In Riverbend, what was happening there was in my old firm had both of these cases. There was a development proposed on old tobacco fields up in Simsbury, and part of the development proposal involved site preparation. They were going to be digging up the top layer where there was pesticides. And there was testimony from the town's expert. What happened there is that there was a denial. It went to the court. The trial court dismissed. They upheld the denial, the trial judge, and then it went up to our state Supreme Court, and they said no. And they were addressing the reasons for denial. And one of the reasons for denial was testimony that the remediation of the soil contamination on the property attributed to the historic agricultural use would increase pesticide transport into nearby wetlands and water courses. Think silica. The court noted that the claim that silica is going to have an effect here. The court noted that although an expert testified that certain chemicals, and they were pretty specific, including nitrogen, copper, and zinc, would enter the wetlands and water courses, the testimony did not satisfy the substantial evidence standard, since the evidence, quote, does not provide a substantial basis in fact that any specific harm to a wetland or water course will occur from the disposal of these elements into a wetland or water course. That's at pages 80, 81. And similarly in Avalon Bay, Stratford, I believe this is the site, the Avalon Bay right north of the Parkway in Stratford that you can see. There were an effort to tie that up, and both of these, I believe, both with involved multifamily developments. in that case, the Avalon Bay case, Stratford, this was the appellate court, and the court upheld the trial court's decision sustaining the appeal by the applicant of the agency's denial of the wetlands application for regulated activities associated with a residential development. 3 reasons. One of the reasons for denial involved the claim by the agency, reason for denial, that silt and erosion will enter a nearby brook and wetlands. The court rejected this as such as substantial evidence, citing favorably to the trial court's decision that found, quote, there is neither quantitative evidence that the volume of flow, what the volume of flow would be into the wetlands, nor qualitative evidence as to any adverse effects of the flow. Similarly, another reason for denial was that the development, quote, will clearly alter the hydraulic regime of the wetlands, end of quote. The court found the fact that there would be an increase in runoff attributed to an increase in impervious surface was not enough to substantiate this reason for denial, finding that this concern was speculative without identifying a specific harm to the wetlands. And then finally, the agency's expert testified that there was a potential for pyrite with lasting, right, to be released during the development of the property, and the court found that the potential, in quotes, for this release or a release of this did not constitute substantial evidence, in quotes. And I think I'm citing to these cases because I respectfully submit that our consultants, in response to your consultants, and your consultants have opined after reviewing everything and the additional supplemental information that they asked for the plan that's there. The plan hasn't changed. They just asked for additional information, have opined that there's no adverse impact associated with those regulated activities that are before this commission this evening. The interveners, on the other hand, have stated that, well, first of all, we don't have enough information. Well, your own people opined on these issues. They said, well, they'd like to have this or that, but in their opinion, no adverse impact. And then we went through that on Monday night, and the interveners have not identified and quantified any specific harm. Everything has been general. The blasting program is going to have an adverse impact. The swale is going to have an adverse impact. And I think we heard the other night from their engineer, which is typical of their analysis. They don't do any, there's no quantitative or qualitative analysis. He said, what did he say? Well, that certain development is going to be, the swale is going to be close to the wetlands. It's not even in the wetlands, but it's going to be close to it with the grading. So there's going to have to be an adverse impact. Well, the courts have held that's not enough. You have to identify and quantify the harm, just like, I mean, with the pesticides being released, the court said, well, just saying that there's going to be pesticides released and they're going to get into the wetlands, that's not enough. You have to explain how it's going to harm the wetlands. You know, what's the quantity, how it's going to adversely affect it. And I respectfully submit that the only evidence in the record before this commission concerning adverse impact is that there's not going to be an adverse impact. And to say that there's going to be general harm because of a hydraulic change, and we've already heard your own expert said with the volume, which we're not going to revisit, just talking about adverse impact. I talked to Mr. Klein about that. I asked him about that. You heard his answer on Monday, and Mr. Canis has indicated, it's de minimis. And what did he say? There's going to be no negative impact to a wetland, downstream wetland or watercourse. I mean, that's the evidence before you. There is no evidence saying that de minimis increase in the runoff associated with this proposal or any of the components of this site development is going to have an adverse effect on some wetland on this property or the intermittent watercourse. It's not there. And I respectfully submit that that we have sustained our burden of proof with regard to that. And if you're going to oppose an application, you have a burden. That's what you're going to have to generate for the commission if you are asking the commission to deny a regulated activity. You have to have a basis for it. And you can talk to Attorney Gelderman. That's the law in our state on wetlands and denying a wetlands application. And I keep hearing about credibility and all that other stuff with my experts. And I know these people, they're excellent people and they have a lot of experience. I've worked with them in the past. Derek, I have not, but I've been extremely impressed with him, but 30 years, whatever it is, 30 years. I mean, there's a lot of experience on this side of the table. We know what our charge was, and I think we did it. And I think they've explained it to this commission. And I think to sit back and say, one, we don't have enough information to make a decision on adverse, and then to say, well, yeah, it's just so big, it's going to have and what did you hear over and over again? If the stormwater management system fails, if the soil and erosion control measures fail, it's going to result in an adverse impact. Well, that's those two cases I was just talking to you about. They have to show how whatever is being proposed doesn't work. They can't say, and I know Director Holland asked the intervener's engineer the first night, are all your concerns with the, I'm paraphrasing, you can check the record, essentially something to the effect of, are most of your concerns with the stormwater management, the baseline number that's being used? And he said, yes. Well, Mr. Canton, we made whatever adjustments that we needed to do in response to people. And Mr. Cantus, I don't think has an issue with the stormwater. I think you can read his reports and that it's not going to result in an adverse impact. So I respectfully submit that I'm not going to, there's no need to get into credibility. It's what did people do? Did they do their job? I respectfully submit that the record before you only has expert testimony that what's being proposed is not going to result in an adverse impact to a wetland. Nobody, to the contrary, nobody has generated any expert testimony or any testimony identifying and quantifying a specific harm to a wetland associated with some sort of specific component of this proposal. Now, Section 22A19, I'm very familiar with that. That statute, I know your town attorney is, and certainly the intervener's attorney. When you file that, you have to be specific in what you're claiming. You have to specify in your pleading, first of all, our courts have held this, that the conduct is reasonably likely to result in the unreasonable pollution, impairment, or destruction of the air, water, or other natural resource of the state. And I think common sense tells you, well, that sounds like it's a little higher bar even than an adverse impact to a wetland. And the courts have been very clear in our state that when an intervener files that intervention, the burden is on the intervener to establish that. And the intervener doesn't come in and say, well, this could happen or that could happen. And we're not going to redesign it. We're not going to provide you, the commission, with information as to why we think the stormwater system's not going to work, or why we think the soil and erosion control is going to work, not going to work. We heard Mr. Liebman, he's worked on thousands of sites with blasting operations, and why this is somehow unique to those thousands of sites that he's worked on. Where this one, out of all those sites, if they've even happened, and we only have 169 towns in the state, if that's even happened, why this is different. And they have that burden, and they have to establish that by identifying and quantifying the conduct that's going to result in that is reasonably likely to result in that unreasonable pollution. That's their responsibility. Our courts in the last number of years have gone the scientific thing. I know that with politics, what science, world of science, but that's where our courts have gone. And when it comes to wetland impacts, and when it comes to 22A19, it's not just like in the old days when I first started practicing, and I served on a wetlands commission for 16 years, where if the wetlands commission said adverse impact, the court said, okay. The courts, after a while, they're like, no, you have to have a scientific basis, and you have to identify, and you have to quantify and identify a specific harm to a wetland. And this 22A19 is the same standard, and the burden is on the interveners. And I respectfully submit that the interveners have not sustained their burden. They have not identified, nor have they quantified any specific harm or any conduct that's associated with this site development that is reasonably likely to result in the unreasonable pollution. I've said it so many times over the years, pollution, impairment, or destruction of the air, water, the natural resource in our state. It's a very important environmental statute that we have. I have used it on a number of occasions, but when you do it, you have to use it properly, and you have your burden, and you have to have your experts testify on these things. And I respectfully submit they didn't, the interveners experts did not testify on it. And I just respectfully submit, it's not an issue of credibility. It wasn't there. There's nothing there. If it was, they would have testified on it, and you would have that in front of you. So I respectfully submit that the only evidence concerning whether there's this conduct is going to reasonably result in unreasonable pollution, I'm just paraphrasing it because it's so long to say it, is that there won't be. The interveners have not sustained their burden of proof. This is very similar to what you had last summer when there was an intervention pleading and there was actually testimony from, I believe, an engineer, if I remember correctly. And this commission found then that the intervener in that case had not sustained their burden. They didn't submit any, that's their burden of proof. Well, same thing here. When you file an intervention, that's something serious, and you have a very high, it's an important protection for our environment here in the state of Connecticut. It could be air, dealt with air cases, air emissions, could be water, could be wetlands, but it's there, but it has to be used properly. And I respectfully submit to the commission that you are a wetlands commission. You're here to protect the wetlands. And again, I served on a wetlands commission for 16 years. I've written about, I served on the task force back in the 90s when the General Assembly went back and revisited the act. I mean, there's stuff I can point to in the statutes that I raised my hand and brought up that to have included. And I think it's been very beneficial. But our courts and the statutes have a formula. They have standards to be applied by municipal wetlands commissions. And I commend you for being here because nobody's getting paid a lot of money to be here. But there's a formula and there's standards to be applied by the commission when reviewing an application. First and foremost, that's there to protect the wetlands. And secondly, it's to protect the property owner. Because if you're going to say no to something, there has to be a reason for it. The proposal has to generate an adverse impact. And when you heard, well, a feasible and prudent alternative, for example, is the 2 lots. If there's not an adverse impact associated with this development, that doesn't mean my client has to do a 2-lot subdivision. If my client came in with a 10-lot subdivision and there's no adverse impact, why would he have to go to 2 or 1? I've heard that from people on the other side, and it's why would they have to do that? I would respectfully submit that what's before you this evening will not result in an adverse impact to a wetland or watercourse. And I think there's really only one thing you can do, and I would respectfully request that you approve the application. And similarly with the 22A19 intervention, I respectfully submit that the interveners have not sustained their burden of proof under the statute and the case law here in Connecticut, demonstrating that there will be, that this conduct somehow is going to result in an identified, some component of it is going to result in an identified harm, a specific harm to the air, water, or other natural resource in the state of Connecticut. And similarly on that issue that you had last summer, that burden wasn't sustained, and I don't think it was sustained here. General speculative concerns and comments and conclusory statements that yes, it will have, it's going to unreasonably pollute, doesn't work. Oh yes, it's going to have an adverse impact. Not enough. That's not substantial evidence in Connecticut. And I am spending the time telling you because I think it's important for me to tell you that now, and you can ask your, town attorney to review the standards and the legality of the law and the standards that I'm talking about to you. But I respectfully submit that I do think that we don't have, I was just going to say that these are the standards before you. And again, I would respectfully request that there is no adverse impact to a wetland associated with this. And secondly, that there's certainly not going to be any unreasonable pollution caused by this. If everything is built the way it's supposed to be, just like any other site development here in this state, and maintained, there's not going to be an adverse impact. But that's what you do for every application that's before you. You may not have a lot of commercial development here in New Canaan. I get it, before the Wetlands Commission. But it doesn't matter. The standard is the standard. And again, in conclusion, unless you have any questions for me on the legal components, I would respectfully request that you approve the application that's before you. And again, it's regulated activities. You're not looking at a 93 unit residential community. You are, but you're looking at the regulated activities associated with it. That's your jurisdiction. In the 22A19 intervention, I just respectfully request that you deny that and find that the interveners have failed to sustain their statutory burden of proof. So unless you have any questions for me or clients have any further that they'd like me to say, on behalf of my client and our entire team, I thank you for the time. It's been a long process, and the interveners and everybody for cooperating to get through the process so that we could close it within the statutory time period. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. All righty, should we ask Pete to get on? Or do you want to close it?
Well, I'm just check with him.
I want Peter to say something. I don't know if this is the right time. Peter, do you want to?
Yeah, you can, Dan, you can close the public hearing at this point in time if everybody's finished. I can tell you what I need to tell you. It's not really part of the public hearing process. It's procedural.
Close it then, I guess, right?
Yeah, make a motion. Somebody should make a motion to close the hearing and take a vote to do that.
Can I hear a motion?
Well, I move that we close the public hearing.
I second that, Councillor Jameson.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion's carried.
Okay, thank you, everyone, again.
All right, you're welcome to stay, whatever Peter's gonna tell us, but
Still eating, you just can't talk.
can't talk. The commission members, our next time we'll be together is March 13th. And at that time, it's going to be kind of I guess, a workshop a little bit on how we arrive at the decision. But Peter, I wanted to talk about the process, what we should be thinking about in the next couple of weeks. And it will help us form our decision on the 13th. Peter?
Yes, yeah. Well, let me start by telling you all you have 35 days from now to make your decision. And I think we've used up all extensions in this matter, so I think there are no additional days available. So a decision needs to be rendered within 35 days. And actually now the work of the commission sort of starts, because what each member of the commission is tasked with doing now is going through the record. Some of you have taken notes, I'm sure, but the idea now is for the commissioners to find substantial evidence in the record. And by substantial evidence, in addition to, what you heard from Attorney Smith about qualitative and quantitative type of evidence, it's really primarily expert testimony that you're looking for. That's what's going to support your decision. So whatever decision you as an individual commission member think is appropriate, you should be searching through the record of the proceeding to find support for that. And the support should be in the form of substantial evidence, as I said. So what that will do is give us an opportunity. I think what will happen on the 13th is it may or may not be enough time for everybody to go through the record between now and the 13th, but we do need to move relatively quickly on this. So the people should start reviewing the record. Then on the 13th, perhaps there's will be a consensus from the commission as to which way you're going, approving, denying, and that's true for both the application and the intervention. And then Kathleen and I can start to draft a resolution that goes in that direction. But that resolution, this is where your work comes in. You have to be able to support whatever that decision is with information that you've gleaned from the record. You are the fact finders. Attorney Smith argued that there's, this is not necessarily a question of credibility. It's a question of whether there's even evidence, but you do get to determine the credibility of whatever evidence you find in the record. I think Attorney Smith did a good job in telling you what the standards are. However, it's your job, remember, he's advocating for a client, but it's your job to determine whether and if those standards were satisfied. And of course, he will argue that they haven't been. The interveners would argue they have been. The point is, that's your decision. That's your call. That's why you need to review the record. That's what you need to determine, and you need to ascertain whether or not the substantial evidence in the record and the kind of evidence that's required to be there is in the record to support whatever decision you decide to make. So that's true whether you approve the decision or approve the application rather, or deny the application, or approve the application with conditions. So all of those things will enter into it. It's going to be a little bit of a time-consuming process because there's a big record. So, but at least by the 13th, hopefully, every member of the commission will have at least an opinion as to what they believe. Since you've all heard everything and most of you have read everything, where you think this should go, and then we will draft that proposed resolution, and then it'll be worked out at the next meeting, because there may be changes to it. There may be additional information you have found to support whatever you as an individual believe. And then ultimately the resolution will be the collective statement of the entire commission. So it's the individual positions kind of come together for a collective resolution, a collective basis for whatever decision you come to. That doesn't mean it has to be unanimous, but the majority resolution needs to be a collective statement of the commission. And so that's why those reasons are so important. You need to support whatever decision you come up with substantial evidence that is in the record. And it's your job to determine what that substantial evidence is, and how it was provided, and does it meet the proper standard. And I can certainly, I'll be around to help you if there are questions with respect to that standard, because it's not the easiest concept always to understand, but it's fairly well settled when it comes to the standard to apply on wetlands decisions. There are a lot of cases, not just Riverbend and Avalon. There are other cases that go through that as well. So I'm certainly available to help you understand that. But
Peter, let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
Would you be a little more specific on who's an expert and who probably isn't an expert?
Well, yeah, I mean, experts are definitely generally credentialed in their field, whatever their field happens to be. They have some sort of credential, and I think you've heard from a lot of people who would be deemed to be experts, both from the applicant and from the interveners and from your own peer reviewers. Generally, the courts have held that lay testimony, testimony from citizens, while it's important, is not necessarily expert testimony. And generally, courts have said that expert testimony is what constitutes substantial evidence for the most part. There can be evidence submitted by neighbors that would be significant too, because of personal knowledge or observation. It may not be expert testimony, but it can be considered certainly by the commission when it's making its decision. So, but whatever decision is made does need to find support in expert testimony. So, to be able to withstand judicial review. And that's really what we're looking at. Bottom line is, in a case like this, it's likely that there will be an appeal regardless of what your ultimate decision is. There are two sides that are, you know, one suggesting denial, one suggesting approval. So there's at least a strong likelihood that somebody will take an appeal. So one of my jobs is to try to help you form a decision that will, whether it's for or against, that will be properly sort of documented and will withstand judicial scrutiny. The court, if the commission makes a decision that is in fact supported by substantial evidence, then the court is not supposed to substitute its judgment for your judgment if it's supported by substantial evidence. So it's not the court's job to decide the case. The court's job is to review your decision and the reasons for your decision and to find support for those reasons in that decision in the record. That's what the court will do. And so that's what we want to make sure we have, whether you approve, deny, approve with conditions, whatever your decision is, it's your decision. And, you know, nobody can make it for you. I can help you, you know, and Kathleen can help you in the process of making sure that whatever that decision is, you've adequately sort of made your own record as to why you've come to that conclusion. But that's ultimately, you know, because we think, at least I think in terms of what happens if there's an appeal. And I want to make sure that whatever the decision the commission makes is as strong as it can be to withstand an appeal from whichever party takes that appeal. So,
Pete, if we do not, we need clarification, or if we need fine tuning, or if we need more facts, can we get those, or we have to, we can't go back to the third party, the peer reviewers, and ask them? Is that correct?
correct. You can get technical advice from Kathleen or me. And even to some extent, Maria Coplet. However, it's very limited in scope. It's if there's something you don't understand, when I'm talking about Kathleen or Maria, if there's something you don't understand, that needs an explanation. There's a term, for example, that you don't know what it means. You can get that clarified. You cannot get new evidence from anybody. You can't get opinions. You can't get anything that you know, of that nature. You could get technical help from staff, and I can help with if there are legal issues or legal questions that come up. So, but peer reviewers are that's all part of the record. So you cannot get any additional evidence or input from anybody. Sometimes stuff comes into the office after the close of a public hearing that shouldn't, you know, letters or whatever. Those are not going to be part of the record. They're there. They may be in the file, but they're not part of your record. So the record closed when you close the public hearing.
Anybody have any questions at all?
I think it's pretty clear.
Pretty clear.
I just wanted to make one statement regarding the expert testimony. I believe I know there are multiple CVs and resumes that have been introduced into the record for various individuals. So you can always take some time to look over those particular stats on folks. Is a good way to gauge not only what you heard them say, but back it up with their information they put into the record.
So any information we got yesterday, today, we can use. Is that
Oh,
correct?
yeah. No, no,
I'm
yeah.
talking about written information. Okay, all
Right
right.
until
Yes, yes.
you can-
And by the way, substantial evidence doesn't mean is not a quantitative concept. It doesn't mean who gave you the most evidence. Any substantial evidence can form the basis of your decision, as long as it's, it meets that definition. So you could have, 5 experts say A and 2 experts say B. It doesn't mean that you have to find A, because just because there are 5 versus 2, it's not a quantitative type of analysis. It's a qualitative analysis. It's what you review and determine is, gives you the information you need.
I'm sorry, Becca, please.
Go ahead, Angela.
Hi, it's Beth Sanford.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Angela is gonna ask
Oh.
something, but we had 2 cases mentioned by Attorney Smith where the application was denied. Are there any cases that might be instructive to us where the application was not denied was not denied in the two examples that you cited? Are there any cases where it might be instructive, where there was substantial evidence that we could look at?
Oh, sure. Yeah.
The quantity, to see how that was calibrated?
Yeah, the standard doesn't change a whole lot, but yes, there are cases where decisions of approval have been challenged, decisions of denial have been challenged. So yes, and I can provide the commission with some of those cases, and maybe just, quick synopsis of what each one of them says. That's not a problem at all.
Okay, good.
And my question actually is for the chair. So on the 13th, we have a workshop discussion that's likely to be lengthy, and, hopefully some kind of consensus will emerge there. And then at the next meeting, we'll be discussing presumably whatever kind of resolution Kathleen has drafted. Seems to me that could be quite a lengthy discussion too. And I'm just wondering if, as well as a special meeting on the 13th, we don't need another one devoted to this particular application, because at our regular meeting, we do have some other applications to opine on, and they have been waiting.
That's true. So 2 applications are outstanding at this
Yeah.
point, as far as I know.
So I would propose that maybe we have another meeting after the 13th to take the discussion further. And if that's only 30 minutes, that would be terrific. But we will have the time to, to spend on this. And we really do owe it to all parties in this to look very carefully at the record and to, I think, debate with each other how we're looking at the evidence.
So you would say on the 13th, we'd do what? We would,
well, we do as Attorney Gelderman has suggested it, and you
Okay.
caused it a workshop, but then I think we have another special meeting.
and then we have the 20th, we have a regular meeting. And then you're saying a few days after that.
No, I wouldn't. I would.
13th and maybe the 15th.
Yes. Yeah.
I'm gonna try to get on the town calendar real fast because they're booked here. Let me just find out what's available.
Are we talking about on the 13th, are we talking about, a 7 to basically 9? A general meeting, or is there any?
Well, our
specific
regular
time?
meeting's on the 20th.
Oh, that I understand.
So
But on the
On
13th,
the 13th, I'd start at 6.
what schedule do you have in mind?
6.
6 to midnight.
Yeah, I would start at 6. I mean, everything from now on that has to do with this.
Yeah, well, that's
particular
fine.
Application, we should probably do 6.
Yeah, that's fine.
Well, let's take it a step at a time. Let's see.
Yeah.
But I would say the one on the 13th should be 6, yeah.
And then just to summarize a little bit what Pete said is on the 13th, it is certainly my hope, and I think Pete's hope, that you all give us some direction in
Right.
which you want us to start drafting the,
That's my understanding.
Yeah.
and then from that, we'll pull in, but it's coming from you. So you're basically telling us which direction you'll be going in. We'll draft that resolution based on your comments. Hopefully that's the goal at that meeting. Then let's say we pretend we have one on the 15th, potentially, if it works out for a meeting location here, then that gets further vetted and formalized to then potentially vote on the 20th would be.
I think that the 15th might be a little quick
I do too.
because if you give us, the commission will be doing a lot of work between now and the 13th, unfortunately, because that's where you may all have an idea of what you think after having sat through all the meetings and read most of the exhibits. So you may already have an idea of whether the application should be approved or denied. But between now and the 13th, whatever your inclination is, needs to be supported by things you find in the record, and maybe you can find those things, point them out, and then there'll be a consensus. Then I think it'll take Kathy, with my help, at least a week to draft a resolution. Remember, you have 35 days, so we're into the first week of April. And so I don't think you would necessarily have another special meeting the same week of the 13th. There might be a second meeting the week of the 20th, for example, after your regular meeting, something like that. But because there has to be an opportunity to draft up a proposed resolution, and then that has to be fine-tuned by the members of the commission. Remember, it's going to be it's your resolution, so we'll try to give you kind of a working, something you can work off of, and then fine-tune and ultimately adopt. But I don't think doing it on the 13th and then the 15th is going to be real productive. I think it should be the 13th and then maybe the 22nd or something of that nature.
We're not going to do it, sorry, but we're
Yeah.
not going to do it on the 15th. You've
Right.
convinced us.
It's too soon.
Okay.
Got my
You make a
timing-
lot of sense,
timing
Peter.
mixed up. By my count on the calendar, 35 days, the last 35 days takes us, I think, to April 5th, I believe, or 4th.
Well, it's 35 days after the decision. So the first day is tomorrow. Then you just count 35 days beginning on March 2nd, and that's the day.
Can we try and agree then on a date for another meeting to make a final, have a final vote on this? We've agreed it's not going to be the 15th. It would be better to be the week of the 20th. That's the day of our regular meeting, isn't it?
Correct.
Okay. Well, what about another day that week?
I don't have a calendar, but
I'm just looking at the town hall calendar just to see
what's Yeah.
Well, we could do it. We could do it in the boardroom, could
Yeah, we don't need to meet it here.
No.
So the 20th, is
Boardroom
the
is,
Monday,
I think,
right?
more conducive to
20th is a Monday, so you do it Wednesday or Thursday. 20, 21, 22, 20, yeah,
just
23 or
just don't make it
24.
later than the 27th.
23 or 24.
23 is bad for me. I can tell you I have another meeting that night
22nd.
if you need my attendance. I mean, and by the way, remember, keep in mind that these work sessions, they're all public meetings, but no one can speak except for technical advice you need from Kathleen or me, perhaps. But so they're open to the public, but the public can't participate now because the public hearing is closed. So there can't be any additional commenting.
Right now, the 22nd, oh, you said the 23rd is no good for you, so the 23rd. So the 22nd right now appears that there's available space in the building.
That's Wednesday, right?
Yeah.
Going to the following week, March 27th, which I think would be that Monday.
Cutting it a little close then.
Yeah.
To the cutoff. I think you want to, because the 22nd may not wrap everything up, and so you want to have a little bit of room in case there's some additional fine tuning to have a resolution, because the resolution ought to be typed up and finalized so it can be read into the record. And everybody agrees that it's
Are we looking at what, Wednesday, the 22nd? Is that Kathleen?
That's too soon. I thought he said it was too.
No, the 22nd is okay, I think.
soon.
And then I think there might be one other special meeting that would be helpful sometime prior to the end of the 35 days to actually have a vote. Now, we might be able to do that on the 22nd. I'm not saying we can't. But I think the 22nd is a good date for a second meeting. And then there may or may not have to be a third special meeting just to finalize and actually vote. But like I said, we might be able to get it all done to vote on the 22nd.
Well, actually,
If we get enough input from the commission and everybody's on the same page, we can do it on the 22nd.
Can you make it, George?
well, I can make the 27th. On the 28th, though, we're
22nd.
we're
22nd.
we're going to.
22nd, 2-2.
22nd.
Oh, the 22nd's no problem.
Okay.
Not a problem. No. I thought you said the 27th.
So we'll go as far as March 22nd and then take it from there.
See how it goes. So 13th, 20th and 22nd. Those are meetings.
Yeah.
Two special
Yeah.
meetings in
Okay,
there.
no, the 22nd is fine.
Seeing a lot of you.
All right.
Yeah.
I'm sorry?
Yeah. Pretty much they all are these days. Yes, it'll be a Zoom hybrid meeting.
So, well, thank you for everything.
Would you like a motion to adjourn?
Oh, yes, I would like a
I would
motion
like
to adjourn.
I would like to move that we adjourn this meeting.
I will gratefully second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
No problem.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Instead of like.
I mean, yeah.